Alrighty. So, today's Halloween, my favorite holiday. Unfortunately, I don't think today's Halloween is going to be as festive as other years because people are desperate. I thought that the government would reach some sort of deal by now. And the senators are done. Donald Trump is calling for Senate Republicans to unilaterally end the government shutdown, which they can. But what they don't understand is, and Donald Trump, see, there's a reason why you want your president to have served in the legislature. You want your president to have served sometime in the House or sometime in the Senate. Because what Donald Trump doesn't understand is that if you allow the Senate Republicans to end the filibuster, which they can, they can eliminate, and I think this is one of the dumbest things about our government. The 53-member majority can vote a rule change that changes the need for a 60-person majority on Senate funding. But if they do that, they can't put it back into place. And generally, the opposition party picks up seats in the midterm elections. Yeah, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. The Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, he has outright said, his quote is, something that's been a bulwark against a lot of really bad things happening with the country. There's only, out of 53 Republican senators, there's like 2 that want to nuke the filibuster. But the problem is, Donald Trump's entire legislative agenda is on pause right now. I found out yesterday, and I need to do some validation if I can reach people, reach friends of mine in the military. I heard, due to some changes in funding regulation, starting November 1st, nobody can separate from the military. Doesn't matter if your contract is up or not, because you can't get issued a 214. And if you're in the military, you never, ever, ever leave the military without a 214, because the 214 is the piece of paperwork that says your term of service is done. It's the thing that guarantees you your benefits. Generally, and I can tell you on the other end, as a former flight commander and then acting commander, if a person's 214 isn't ready on Friday, and they're supposed to leave on Friday, you say to them, I'll see you Monday morning. And they're like, well, I'm supposed to leave. I'm like, I'm sorry, your paperwork. Yeah, we're going to keep paying them. And now, it got brought to my attention late in the day yesterday, and I have some other problems going on with Melly Umpkin's apartment move. But, I can't even fathom what the hell that's going to do to the end strength numbers. Because a kid is supposed to leave for basic training. I'm just going to talk Air Force because it's the branch of service that I can talk about. A kid is supposed to leave on basic training, for basic training on Tuesday, well, Monday, because they're supposed to be replacing a person scheduled to be out of the military on the 1st of November. But now they're not out. Yeah, if they're not separating, how the fuck are we onboarding? Onboarding is 1 year projected. So and I know for a lot of people that have never worked money in the military, the FY26 acquisitions were funded. No, you're looking at onboarding it to onboarding them to active duty. The billets for FY26 that started on 1 October were authorized in FY25. So, yeah, but you're talking onboarding as to onboarding to the unit. I'm talking onboarding into the service. I'm talking onboarding to the gateway. Because when we onboard them into the gateway, that's when we start incurring cost. We start incurring cost. Yeah, you're saying mission ready, trained in the service, able to do a job. I'm talking about at the MEPS facility going to their basic. That's paid for. The money for that is allocated a year in advance because we're always 1 year ahead on training, 1 year behind on retirements. But now people can't leave the service. So what's that going to do when our end strength exceeds congressional mandate, which it can't. You cannot have more swinging dicks in the military than the end strength allows. Now, right now, we're severely understaffed in the military, and it'll be 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Like, we'll be moving bodies around. We'll be filling bathtubs. They're called bathtubs. But we'll be filling bathtubs. But as long as the water doesn't overflow, we're okay. But how the hell does our government exist in a form and a fashion that people can't leave the service when their contract is up? It's basically indefinite contracted servitude right now until the government opens back up. Again, I have to dig more into it, but yes, that's my understanding. Because you can't issue a final 214, which means that person's contract is technically not up. What's going to be weird is there are people who have reached their high year of tenure. They can't serve anymore. Yeah, if you can get them out by 5 o'clock today, but some people can't retire till next month because they don't have the 20 years. They don't have the 3 years time and grade. I'm not saying I want to open up the government for the wrong reasons. I'm saying, how the fuck did we ever write the rules this way? How did we ever allow it to get this broken in the first place? I've been doing a lot of reading. I've been reading a lot of Locke. I've been reading a lot of early, why'd we form a government? And if we collect, I keep hearing people say this nonsense where if a government taxes its people, it should feed its people. Okay, there is no, I spent a while looking for the references for that line of thought. There is no line of thought that directly says if you tax your people, you should feed your people. But there is a line of thought in the book I just showed that if you tax your citizens, then your citizens can assume that their government has a reciprocal duty to ensure they can survive in the system that the government sets up. Because that's the social contract. The social contract is that we all out here give up our ultimate freedom to this government with the understanding that this government will take care of us. That one is twins. That one took me quite a while to work on. That's on my new Creepy Carnival album. Well, food is the most fundamental cornerstone of any government's mandate. Actually, Salty Bread, it's not. Most governments don't ever talk about food. You know why most governments don't talk about food? Because at the time of Locke, Hobbes, Rousseau, Aristotle, Plato, Dante, Machiavelli, they all assumed that the moral decency to feed the people was something that went without saying. Like, you say it's a cornerstone. The historical leadership in political thought don't say it's the cornerstone. They say it's the ground the cornerstone is laid on. Hey, we have to talk about food. The fuck are you talking about? Couldn't they immediately lower the price of food by just not taxing it? Well, most food is not taxed at a high rate. There are some states that choose, because remember, we don't have a federal sales tax. There is no federal sales tax. So the tax on food is, yeah, absolutely. The government should make sure the people are fed for its own survival. When access to food is taken away, we are 3 days away from chaos. Do they tax the people selling the food? Yes. But remember, when you say don't tax the people selling the food, now the people that process the food won't want to be taxed. Now people that transport the food won't want to be taxed. Now people that grow the food won't want to be taxed. Yeah, Salty Bread, I agree with you that it should be the cornerstone, but I would like, I would like to say, I would expect a statesman, I would expect a real president of the United States to turn around and say, how the fuck is food not a mandatory expense that keeps getting paid when the government shuts down? Now, anecdotally, I understand a lot of people are upset about SNAP scams. And I can even talk anecdotally. I had a friend used to pop by the house. Every time before the friend would pop by the house, they said, yeah, thank you for cross-posting. I read it. Unfortunately, Twitch's terms of service don't allow me to show kick chat on the screen if I'm on Twitch. The big problem here is I had a friend would stop by the house, right? They would call me before they headed over and they said, hey, do you need any groceries? I can pick them up on the way. And I was like, well, yeah, get me a gallon of milk, a loaf of bread, dozen eggs, other bits and bobs. It'd be about 20 bucks. They would get there, they'd hand me the receipt, it'd be like 18 something, and I'd hand them a 20. You know what I never paid attention to? How they were paying. They were paying for my groceries with their food stamps. And I don't think it was a card yet. I think it was the old paper coupons back in the day. But it never dawned on me. It never crossed my mind all those years ago that this person might have been using their food stamps to buy the food. I thought that they were just doing me a solid, stopping by the Jewel on their way to my house. No, they were selling their food stamps to me, and I never even realized it. This happens a lot. Like, and I'm not trying to be cynical, but I heard, and a guy, I didn't say this. I heard a guy say this. The guy said, I'm hearing about all this looting and robbery that's going to happen starting on Saturday. when food stamps get cut off? Is that going to be disabled people looting and robbing, or is that going to be able-bodied people? And that was a fucking damn mic drop moment. If your first thought is your food stamps are getting cut off, you're going to go rob somebody, then get a fucking job, man. Because if you have the ability to go rob someone, you have the ability to push a broom around. On Wednesday's show, I mentioned how we spend just under 150 billion a year on SNAP, WIC, and school lunches. School lunches, I think we should be feeding every American kid. I think every American kid should get fed. There are people with jobs on food stamps. You're right, there are people with jobs on food stamps. There are also an awful lot of people who are professionally on welfare. Right? There are people that are professionally on welfare. Third generation on welfare. There was a woman, unfortunately I had a bit of a rough morning getting going this morning. She made a video. Let me see if I can transfer this over real quick, because I think it's important to hear her say it. There's a woman who made a video about scamming housing assistance. Now, what I will say to people is this. There was a woman who had a $27 course on TikTok for how to defraud the federal government and get SNAP benefits. $27 course. She made $7,000 in an hour. That means 260 people wanted to. I'm getting the video up. I have to transfer it from one to another. This woman did a course, and then she wonders why she got caught. You helped 260 people defraud the government. Here's the one about the woman who lost her benefits from bragging about them.
I only pay $50 in rent. Does that make you angry? Does that make you shiver in your boots? Does that make you want to punch me in my face? I pay $50 for a 2-bedroom for my family of 6 with the help of your tax dollars. Thank you very much.
Exactly 1 day later, she posted this video.
So because of that video I made of my family of 7 living in a 2-bedroom apartment and me only paying $50, somebody on here was so miserable to go report me that now they gave me an eviction notice for 30 days.
Good. Good. Fucking good. Get fucked. If you're getting if your whole life is being government subsidized, you should be humble. You should be modest. You should not be a braggart saying, I have a 2-bedroom. Well, first of all, you have a 2-bedroom with 6 kids. You should have your kids taken away, because that's fucking child abuse. At least in my state, that's child abuse. Because you can't put 3 kids into one. Yeah, how's she only paying $50 government assistance? If so, why she's bragging about it? Right, exactly. My problem wasn't that she got helped. My problem was she was hoping I'd be pissed. Right. See, I'm on this particular topic, I'm the middle part of the scale because I see both sides of it. I understand something about you wanting to do charity, right? I understand something about wanting to do charity. I think that if we didn't tax people so that if we didn't tax people so much, then more people would donate to food banks. But like Karthos told me a story, and it fits. There was a bakery up where he lives that they were putting out the day-old bread and day-old pastries for people to take in the hard times. And what he told me was the first day that the bakery did this, The lady was 400 pounds. She took all of the food, all of the pastries, and said it's for her kids. Right? You said not a troll, but an honest question. How many of these fake click rage bait and how many are real? I'm so skeptical of those videos. Honest question. There are some people who make clickbait so that they can get TikTok creator fund money. Absolutely. There are other people who literally have fucked up so bad that now they're having to find charity. I know people on both sides of the equation. I've seen both. I've seen bullshit clickbait. We had a guy in the Ashes of Creation Discord. He was running around telling people that he didn't have enough money for food. No Halloween costume because I had a rough night last night, and I don't know how my day is going today. That's why I'm in a plain black t-shirt and jeans. I may have to, my daughter is supposed to be out of her apartment today. Her new apartment isn't ready until the 7th. And the boyfriend was supposed to be able to get a truck. And he, can't get the truck now because they have to work again today. And when they work on Fridays, they clean the trucks on Monday and they do asbestos abatement. So yeah, what a fucking moving nightmare. And then it's like, I love my kids because that goes without saying, but I really wish my kids sometimes would just do what the fuck they're told. Like, you're in a predicament. I've been in this hole before. I jump in the hole with you, and then I help you out, and then instead of turning around and putting a hand in the hole to help me out, you fucking walked off and you left me with the problem. That's why I made the video. Who's got the monkey? I never allow a monkey to go onto my back, because then you don't have a monkey on your back, and I can't help you with your problem if you no longer have the problem. Parasocial, posing as a responsible adult, social category. That's right. Yeah, we all love our kids, but fuck them kids. that is probably the truest shit. I can't agree with her attitude, and it does need correcting, but I'm more concerned about the bottom to top funnel of money as it is. But there is no bottom to top. Here's the thing. There is no bottom to top funnel of money. There is a top to bottom funnel of money, and people don't understand. We live on a fiat currency. The only reason why the baby boomers were able to do what they were able to do was because in 1971 and 1972, the currency was still tied to a hard standard. And for example, you bring me a gold coin, I'm the bank, and you bring me a gold coin. So I have your gold coin. I owe you one gold coin. Now, I take your gold coin and I add it to a stack, and now I have 10 gold coins, and that guy over there wants to borrow 9 gold coins. Well, in the modern money, I only have to retain 1 gold coin, and I can loan out 9 of them. In a hard currency system, people will start to hear through the scuttlebutt, through the rumor mill, Old man Jalan just took a loan from the bank. No, the tax system doesn't favor those in the top 3%. It absolutely does not. Because there is no modified tax bracket. The tax system doesn't favor those in the top 3%. People will be like, well, Elon Musk doesn't pay taxes. Jeff Bezos doesn't pay taxes. I paid more taxes. You paid more taxes because on paper, you had more income. It's not the tax system that benefits the rich people. It's the banking system. And for example, I used to make about $3,000 and change a year by doing nothing. It was free money because before all the interest rates got completely fucked up, I had the ability to walk into the bank and take a $100,000 line of credit. So January 1, I'd walk into the bank, take a $100,000 loan with 60 days grace because that was what they offered me because of my other holdings in the bank. So on January 1, they give me $100,000 and I don't start accruing interest for 60 days. 60 days grace period. On January 1, I put $100,000 into a CD at 5.1% for 12 months. On January 1st of the next year, they owe me $5,100. They've given me $100,000. I've given it right back to them as an investment. Now, I'm going to pay 2.7%. So I'm going to owe the bank, initially, it looks like I'm going to owe the bank $2,700 in interest. Well, even if that's the case, right? I'm still going to make a $2,400 profit on this. But remember, I don't pay interest on the first 60 days. So I take 102,400 and I divide it by 12. And the first month I pay the bank back 85.33, which I actually round to 8,600. The next month I pay the bank 8,600. Well, now what's going to happen? The day I start accumulating interest, I only owe the bank 82,800. Which is going to lower how much I give the bank. And I'm doing that at 100,000. I can't do it anymore because interest rates are all fucking upside down. But rich people are doing that to the magnitude of $100 million, $500 million. Fractional lending is what keeps the poor people poor because fractional lending is what drives up all the prices. Tax system is different everywhere, but as I got wealthier, I started paying less taxes. I always had a CPA doing my taxes, but he wasn't able to write off nearly as much until I generated more wealth. I make $120K over the year and taxed it under $30K. Well, what? Then you're overpaying your taxes. Hold on. Your tax bracket isn't the lowest possible. I'm going to tell you right now, that's not possible. And no, you didn't. I don't know what you're doing, okay? I'm going to stop you right now. Unless you're ready to give me actual tax returns, somebody's committing tax fraud on your behalf. And I'm going to show you absolutely why somebody is committing tax fraud on your behalf. And this is it right here. Because you said your tax bracket is the lowest possible. No, it's not. Okay? Because if you're making $120,000 a year, no, you're not. First of all, do you live in America first and foremost? If you don't live in America, I can't continue. I just need to know if you live in the United States. Because if you don't, there you go. You don't live in the United States. So your point is irrelevant because I don't know what country you're in your tax system. In America, what you're explaining doesn't work. In America, what you're talking about, people say that shit all the time. They're like, the rich don't pay more in taxes. It's a real simple thing for America. This is our lowest tax bracket. This is our lowest tax bracket. This is our highest, right? And we have a graduated tax bracket. So you pay 10% on the first 11,000. Then you pay 12% on the next portion, 22%, and so on. People keep saying that the American tax system favors the rich. The tax system doesn't favor the rich. The banking system favors the rich. The banking system favors the rich people. Because you heard the guy that wrote the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad. If he owes the bank $5 million, he has a problem. If he owes the bank $500 million, the bank has a problem. The government knows about the banking. Magnus, here's the problem. If you here's what, in order to fix the problem, in order to fix the issue of inflation, I have in and around this. And in order to fix the banking problem, that's what you have to do. That has to become that. But Panzini, what are you going to tax? Billionaires don't have $1 billion in income. What is the point of changing the income tax brackets when billionaires don't draw $1 billion in salary? I'm not trying to be insulting, but if people don't understand, no, taxing corporations would make less fucking sense. We had high taxes on corporations. Corporations were like, great, we're only going to have part-time workers. We're not going to offer benefits. Why? Because we have a responsibility to our shareholders. Corporations are already taxed at 21% on their profit. 21%. That's fucking crazy. 21 cents out of every dollar a corporation makes goes to taxes. It profits, not income. Why do corporations tie up all their money in assets? Yes, taxing loans you take out against stock or other holding as realized gains would help. Not taxed unrealized gains. Taxing the loans that you take out against your stock or other assets. Elon Musk, when he bought Twitter, he leveraged a loan against stocks. He should have had to pay some sort of tax to the government because he leveraged unrealized capital gains as collateral for a $44 billion loan. The problem is the bank made their interest money back. Increases state and gift tax exemption. The lifetime exclusion for estate and gift taxes increases permanently to $15 million per individual. Adjusted for inflation, removing the prior loss scheduled reduction of roughly half that amount. Why? Hold on. Why are we worried about taxing generational wealth? And I mean this sincerely. Why are we fucking worried about taxing generational wealth? It was already taxed when it was earned. It was already taxed when it was invested. It was already taxed when it was spent. So I've paid taxes on it 3 different times. And you want to tax me a 4th? You want to penalize me for being successful? That's poor people taxing. That's poor people looking at rich people and say, you should subsidize my life more. If they've already paid the appropriate tax when they earned it, when they invested it, when they saved it, when they spent it, I do not see a need to tax it more when they pass it down. The problem is the step-up basis that occurs when assets transfer after death. Well, you're right, but they should. Those assets should step up because you, as the holder for your lifetime, never paid tax on the unrealized gains. That asset, the house you bought was $100,000. And if you live in it your whole life, you never pay tax on the unrealized gains. If you live in it for 2 out of the last 5 years, you can sell it and never pay tax on the gains. But when it transfers, it has to be brought up to the new modern value because it's an asset entering the economy. Otherwise, $900,000 worth of growth never gets realized. Now, you can pass that asset to your children near the end of your life and avoid the taxes if you're smart, if you know how to do it. It's not being realized. I agree. That's the problem. It's not being realized. But I don't think fixing it there is the problem. There's bigger fish to fry than generational wealth. Do I want to get around to it? Yes. And as I've said, as I have on my platform, since I never like to say like the bullshit that I say, it's easy to say I stand for this when you haven't written it down. I want to write government regulation. Generational wealth falls into the second line. Set up systems that actually function. Stop looking at problems and writing giblet law to solve a today problem. Let's look at the process entirely. And what I mean by that is, it kind of has been realized. The value of that house has kind of been realized over the years in one form of taxing. You bought the house for $100,000 and you pay 2% annual tax on it, property tax. So when you first bought it, you were paying $2,000 in property tax. Your lifetime later, your house is worth $1 million. You're still paying 2%. Well, now you're paying $20,000 in tax on it. But more than likely, this dollar amount has gone up to 6 or 7%. So you did realize, your family, you, me, the holder, the owner of the house, I have paid tax representational of the increase in value in the annual or every 2 years or every 3 years property tax rate assessment. So I've already paid taxes equivalent to the increase in equity. So then if I've paid taxes relevant to the increase in equity, why do I suddenly now, when I pass it on to my next generation, have to pay more tax on it? If we're not going to, if we're gonna say, let's fix it at the transfer of the asset, then I should only have paid $2,000 a year on the asset every year, because the county has no problem assessing me on the perceived value. So I understand that some people are going to say it's not being realized, but it has been realized. If I add up, and I could do it in a spreadsheet, I could map out the growth of the property by 5% a year, and then every 3 years the property tax rate goes up by 1/4 point. I could map it out, and I bet you that person is paid close to half the final value of the house in property taxes over their lifetime. So how has that wealthy family not already paid for it? Yeah, the same thing. Well, yeah, the same thing happens with investment accounts. The basis steps up, right? But in an investment account, you've already paid the taxes on part of it. Like if it pays dividends, you've already paid taxes on any dividends paid, even if you never realized the dividend. Disney pays me a dividend, I don't know, about $1,000 a year. I get about $1,000 a year dividend from Disney. I never take it. It goes right back into more Disney stock. But I get a tax bill for the dividend. I never realized the money. I just bought more stock with it. I get what you're saying, but if I haven't realized the gain yet, and remember, is the problem lending in stocks? The problem is lending in stocks. When you pass the asset, when you pass the portfolio, unless you get really, really clever and creative, you're going to pay tax on it when you realize the gain anyway. Is it too hard to tax those more? The problem is, Magnus, how do you tax a loan? How should you tax a loan? Because a loan is already debt. It's like I showed you, though. People that have the ability to walk into the bank and leverage an unsecured or a secured $100,000 personal loan can make $3,000 just by saying to the bank, can I have $100,000? Yes, please invest this $100,000 for me. Now, I put it into a CD because a CD is 100% safe. What about the people who take the $100,000? They manipulate it. They make $22,000, $23,000 on that $100,000 for the low price of $2,400. They have a 90% return on investment. Well, that person took a lot bigger of a risk. Those who risk it get the biscuit. But you won't realize the gain in stock prices between when the original purchase occurred and the death transfer dividends are taxed. You're right. You won't, and there is one small bite. And what Grumpy Old Man is saying is, I buy this stock for $10. And at the time of my death, the stock is worth $100. And I'm dumbing this down significantly. But I don't sell, at the time of my death, I don't sell these shares of stock and pay a tax on the $90 per share profit. And remember, this would be taxed as ordinary income because I've held the stock my whole life. What happens is, this is all in a portfolio. And this is a rich people thing that I will agree is a loophole that needs to be plugged. I don't transfer the stocks to my daughter. I transfer the portfolio of stocks to my daughter. Now, the stock should have had a $90, should have been taxed on the $90 profit from acquisition to liquidation. And you pay tax on the profit, on the interval, and you pay either short-term capital gains 20% or it gets taxed as ordinary income up to 15% if my memory serves correctly. But when I transfer it, the $100 is now considered my daughter's acquisition price. Where did the $90 in profit go? Poof. That's what Grumpy Old Man is talking about. And that's a vast oversimplification. But poor people don't have portfolio accounts with 70, 80, 90, 100, 900 million dollars in them that they pass to their kids. Yeah, talking about at death. At death, the portfolio becomes a tangible. I transfer the portfolio, not the individual shares of stock. I transfer the entire portfolio over. It's like, and I'm not recommending you do this without talking to a lot of people. I know I'm close to death. And I have a really nice house. I've got like 200 acres. I really don't, but let's say I do. I have a really nice house. I have 200 acres. And I know that the inheritance tax is gonna, my daughter's not gonna be able to afford the inheritance tax. So what I do and again, I'm vastly oversimplifying this, is I take a bunch of money and I put it into a trust, and I designate that trust as the property tax, land tax payer of the estate of my 200-acre grounds. So I set up Jalan's Property Tax Trust LLC, and I put $50 million in it. Well, that money doesn't get that doesn't get taxed then at my death, because the trust didn't die. I died. But the trust was set up for one purpose and one purpose only: the perpetual property tax payment of this property. Now, my daughter still can't afford to inherit the property. So what happens is I create a second trust, and I put the estate in a trust. And then you might have a gift tax issue. No, you won't have a gift tax issue to the trust, because the trust is set up to do one thing and one thing only. The only thing the trust can do is pay property taxes. The money can't be touched, the money can't be removed, the money can't be transferred, and if that piece of property leaves the family, that $50 million is null and forfeit, because it's a singular purpose trust that can only execute as designed, and it has no beneficiary. Well, then I put the house in a trust, and I put my daughter on the board of trustees, and I give any member of the board of trustees the authority to add members to the board of trustees. So then when she has kids, she can add her kids to the board of trustees. Well, what have I done here? I've circumvented an awful lot of taxes. But because no individual has been monetarily compensated, there's nothing to tax. Where are the pitfalls in this? You can never liquidate the property because you're on the board of trustees of the trust. And the trust is written that you can't sell it, because if you could sell it, you've committed tax fraud. If you sell it, you've committed tax evasion. So the trust itself prevents you from ever selling it. It's why you have homes and families that have been in their family. Yeah, the trust is set up irrevocably as its own entity. But since the trust can't technically violate the law, and this trust doesn't know where the money that pays its property taxes is coming from, it just knows there's an entity that pays its property taxes. You've now created a generational wealth citadel. Now, the pitfall: you can't ever leverage the asset for a loan, but your family will never pay tax on it. And then, of course, as we get more complicated, smarter people than I know how to manipulate. You put that trust, and you put this trust and this trust inside of another trust, and the overall trust has the ability to override the terms and conditions of the other trusts, or it sells the trust entirely. It's that I understand where people are upset about. That I get. People can't feed their families on Saturday, yet rich people are able to play on the fringes of the rules and the law. But let's be honest, that's a small part of the problem. You're not getting inheritance tax. And as I say on this wonderful chart right here, my first line where I talk about taxes, my most important thing in the Enough is Enough party is stop wasting money. If we stopped pissing away, right? If we stopped pissing away as much money as we do, We wouldn't be worried about what rich people are doing with their money. We would not be worried about what rich people are doing with their cash if we stopped wasting taxpayer money. Like, look, I get it, right? I understand. Donald Trump thinks he's the art of the fucking deal. Donald Trump just got fucking hosed by China. We have a spending problem. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a fucking spending problem. Isn't the waste largely a byproduct of the US being too large to efficiently handle all of it? No, not at all. The problem is when you're large, it's really easy to pad and create jobs that don't do anything. You're the assistant executive to the executive assistant. I've seen execs have assistants who have assistants. In the military, there's a phrase called happy to glad. In the military, when we do leadership changeover, yeah, multi-million single source contracts go unnoticed when the budget is trillions, and I'll give an example of that. The example of that really quickly is, I had a $4 billion operating budget, and people would come and bother me about $47,000 to publish a TO. I started the meeting and I was like, look, real simple. If your budget request is under $500,000, drop off your forms in the box and have a good day. And the one guy was like, but I need to, if either your form is filled out right or not. But if it's 500,000 or less, I don't need to talk to you about it. It should be clear by the form. I got a room full of 100 people looking for money. And then I take all the stacks and I'm like, $47,150 to publish a TO. Yep. You have a friend in the Air Force. A normal nut and bolt costs $1,000. No, it doesn't. That's bullshit. That's absolutely bullshit. And if your friend wants to stick to that, let me tell you right now. If you go back to your friend who's in the Air Force and you say to him, you told the guy who used to work at AMC headquarters, who was the chief of logistics supply, that a normal nut and bolt costs $1,000, and he said your friend in the Air Force is full of shit. Now, a titanium nut and bolt, conceivable. A normal nut and bolt, we buy that shit from DLA. We don't buy those in single pieces. In fact, I don't remember the term for it. We buy that, we don't count that shit. We don't count nuts and bolts. We buy them in bulk, we put them on the shelf, we put them in bay A7, and when we do inventory, the person shakes the bin a bit, and the quantity is labeled as sufficient or insufficient. We don't count every nut and bolt. It's a waste of fucking time. Titanium bolts, yes we do. But a normal nut and bolt doesn't cost $1,000. Do some nuts and bolts cost $1,000? Yes. For example, there's a piece of machinery. It's still in service. We go to DLA and we say we need a nut and bolt for this machine. And this machine, we need this NSN. We need this national stock number. And somebody at DLA goes, oh shit, we don't have a contract for that anymore. Now, you have to try to reach out. You have to try to figure out who owns the tap and die for it. You have to try to see if someone can manufacture it. And what's even worse is we only order 2 of them on the first run. And we have to do destructive testing. Well, the plant is like, you want us to run 2 nuts and 2 bolts? The cost of that is going to be like $500,000. Yeah. Well, then what happens is we pay $500,000 to have the destructive testing samples made. We destroy both of them. They pass testing. And then instead of us doing something smart and saying, let's buy 1,000 of them or 2,000 of them or 10,000 of them to lower the price per. We order like 700. Well, now you have to take that $500,000 for the two and divide it by 700. Well, that's fucking ridiculous. That's the waste I'm talking about. Like, one of the things that pissed me off, the US government, when it comes to the military, we rely on contractors. We should not rely on contractors. The contractors should have set up the F-22 production line for us. And then that should be our production line. We tell you when we're done with it. We tell you when you can decommission it. Shit, man. We've had to fucking outsource thousands of parts for Grandpa Buff. Grandpa Buff has been in service forever, and a lot of the companies that made parts for the B-52, those companies don't exist anymore. We're decommissioning the F-22. We've decommissioned the production line. We bought all the ones we're going to buy. We are decommissioning the F-22. We're already building the next new and sexy. What the fuck Nook signed off on that? Real simple, man. The F-22 costs too much fucking money to operate because I can't give you the numbers. I don't know if they're publicly available. I can't give them. But for every 1 hour of combat flight time, there is XX hours of ground time. Well, this ratio is too high for sustainment for an aircraft that we don't really need. Who do we need the F-22 right now in the global scene? We don't need the F-22 to fly as many hours as it does. But in order for pilots to stay proficient, they need to fly an awful lot of hours. This cost was not forecasted. TWO. This cost was forecasted. Yeah, exactly. Salty Bread said, the only thing we need is something good enough to beat China and Russia. The F-35 does that. When we built the F-22, our intelligence sources told us Russia had a 5th-gen fighter, and China was not too far behind, in having a 5th-gen fighter. And so we put all the eggheads into a room, and we said, "Hey, we need something. We need a 5th-gen fighter. It needs to be stealth. We need to be able to crawl up somebody's ass. It needs to have a smooth skin. It needs to have internal weapons pods. It also needs to have the ability to mount external weapons pods. We're going to build 400 of these things. Scariest thing to fly ever." And then we found out, right? This is the advanced Russian stealth technology fighter. If you have rivets in the skin of your aircraft, you are not stealth. Yes, bad intel. So what we did was, again, we pushed a plane through development. Can't say that. We pushed a plane through development that had acceptable limiting factors, because we thought we would have already had World War III by now. The projection in the 90s was that Russia, China, or Russia and China were going to attack us. The Navy built fucking stealth boats. I want you to think about the concept here about how fucking panicked the US was for a period of time. We built stealth boats. And our Navy was already fucking scary. Yeah, the F-22 isn't... The F-22 is only a 5th gen fighter because it's the fighter that came out after 4th gen. Comparatively, the F-22 is a 6th gen fighter. The F-35 is a 5th gen fighter. The F-22 is a 6th gen fighter. And so what we're building now is a 7th gen fighter. And we're building a 7th gen fighter to fight 4.5 gen. Yeah, U.S. aircraft carriers can reduce their electronic signature to the point where they look like fishing trawlers. And we can already do that to our aircraft carrier. And we wanted to have a boat that could be a couple of 100 miles in front of the carrier. So we built a fucking stealth boat that literally blends in with the waves. Who the fuck were we afraid of? Goddamn aliens? What were we afraid of? Bad intel. We were afraid of bad intel. So I get why people are mad. You take a fraction of some of these operating budgets and you could pay for people's food. The problem is we create so many redundancies. Yeah, the old boat can take out aliens, that's right. We create so many redundancies, and I get it, right? I will be the first to say, anecdotally, I have seen snap abuse. I have seen snap abuse. I have seen WIC abuse. When I was a second lieutenant, I'm sorry, when I was a first lieutenant, my family didn't qualify for WIC by like less than $200. 192, I think. 192, 198. My wife applied for WIC because money was tight, had a newborn and had 2 other kids. And I was a first lieutenant in the Air Force. And if I hadn't been a prior E first lieutenant, I would have qualified for WIC. But because I was a prior E, at that point I had 10 years of service, so I was maxing the first lieutenant pay scale. That's what's fucked up about our world. People are like, earlier, people with jobs are on food stamps. Yeah, people with jobs are on food stamps because kids are expensive. And before anybody says, well, you made a choice to have kids, we didn't make a choice to have my youngest. We were told, my wife was told by a medical professional, you will not conceive another child. Holy shit. What the fuck is that? It's a baby. I know it's a baby. What the fuck's it doing here? If you can legally and are deserving of help, please, for the love of God, apply. You're supposed to apply for it. Yes, exactly. Would you have gotten more than the $200 if you went on it? If so, could you have asked to be docked? This is the fucking answer to a lot of the fucking... Remember I say we've got a huge fucking poverty problem? We've got a huge poverty problem, and here's the poverty paradox, right? Here's the poverty paradox. The person makes this much money, and they're in poverty. And then there is a literal magical line that you are no longer in poverty. So while the person is here, they get aid, they get SNAP, they get WIC. And the moment they hit this fucking arbitrary line, now all the aid is gone. So they spend 2 to 3 years here, clawing and saving to get to here. They spend less than a year here, and then they're back here. And then they spend a couple of years clawing and saving, and then they fall off again. One of my take-ins. The state she was in, right? The state she was in here, if you make up to $27,999, you get $13,000 a year in aid, right? No, it's going to be $12,000 a year in aid. Yeah, it's going to be $12,000 a year in aid. Oh, that makes sense because it's up to $1,000 a month. Yeah. So if you make $27,000 up to $27,999, you get $12,000 in aid, and you end up with $39,999 because at $40,000, you're done. Now over here at $28,100, you qualify for $0 in aid because $28,000 is the cliff. Well, what should have happened there is instead of getting no aid, this person over here should have only gotten $11,899 in aid. So that everybody gets up to $39,999 in aid. Now, what about the people that are only making, say, $20,000 and then they get $12,000? Well, they're at $32,000. We're already giving you $12,000 in aid. Get the fuck up here. Get the fuck up here. Get the fuck up here. Look, it's called a helping hand, not a handout. And that's where we need to change right over here where I say the big thing. We need to set up systems that actually function. Look, at this, we've declared, and I don't like this number, but we've declared $31,200 is anything below that is poverty. So that means if you're making $22,000 a year, then you should get $9,200 in federal assistance divided by 12, right? You should be getting $766 a month in federal assistance. But now the question comes back to Salty Bread, because now Salty Bread said, is the problem the United States is too large to effectively manage it? And the answer is yes, it is. Because, right, a three-bedroom apartment in my town is $950. $100 a month for internet. No. $100 a month in utilities. Well, actually, $950. We'll do $150 a month in utilities. We'll do $70 for the internet. We'll do $600 for groceries. And we're doing a family of two. No, I live in Southern Illinois. Here's the thing. I live 30 minutes from a metropolis. It's about 35, 37 minutes depending on traffic, and I can be downtown St. Louis. So you look at this, and this is a 3-bedroom. This right here is $1,770. Okay? Of course, if you add a roommate, the rent is going to go up. Right? If you add a roommate, the groceries are going to go up. Well, conceivably. But you can do a 3-bedroom. And the reason why I'm using a 3-bedroom is because that's what I was forced to put my daughter into. There wasn't another option. Yes, of course, if I knew her rent was going to be this, I would have fucking bought her a house. Then the boyfriend could have paid me $800 a month rent. And then I would have figured out the mortgage and took that. Right? if the mortgage was $2,000 a month, he's going to give me $800, then I'll take $2,000 a month, pay the mortgage, put $800 on top of it, and own the house in a couple of years. I just didn't have enough time to bridge the gap. There wasn't an affordable house I could afford to drop them into that didn't need a bunch of renovations. So a person in my area needs let's call it $2,000 for round figures. Person in my town needs $2,000 a month to live their life. Less if they can get into one of the 1 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms. Why the fuck, right? Why in the fuck are we trying to solve these problems at a national level when that was never the intention of the federal government in the first place? The federal government was designed to be the sword and shield of the nation. And little by little, we've added a bunch of things to it that now make it so that the people are already taxed so much, the states can't tax them to to administer the programs you need at the lowest level. I'm not against the thought process of helping Argentina with $90 billion. I am radically against the thought process of helping Argentina with $90 billion when it would only take $12 billion this month to keep everybody fed. And I don't even like the idea of feeding all these people. But I understand. I think I'm the last damn statesman left. I think I am the only statesman in America. I know that sounds egotistical as fuck. I think I'm the only statesman. If the first thing on my November 1 budget as the fucking president is, my people don't have enough to eat. Hey, Argentina, I can't help you. Why? I don't have 90 billion to give you. I can maybe help you with 10. What can you do with 10? Well, why can't you give us the 90? Because my people, I need 12 billion to feed my people. Well, why can't you give us 78 then? Because I don't know if I'm gonna have a government functioning at the end of the month. I got a reserve to feed my people. What bothers me is this, right? I understand people don't like soy. I am not a huge soy fan, right? I am not. I am not a big fan of tofu. I do not like tofu. I do not like soybeans. I do not like soy milk. I do not like soy burgers. I do not like soy sausage. I am a animal protein person. Now, I don't mind soy being in things like yogurt, but China was like, we're not going to buy any of your farmer soy. Then the federal government should have said, we'll buy it, we'll process this, we'll turn it into tofu, we'll turn it into soy burgers, and that's what we'll feed the poor people with. No soy. Fucking meat. Arby's, where's the meats? Or we got the meats. Arby's just bought Buffalo Wild Wings. By the way, guys, I'm gonna fucking get in the back of your head because I'm a splinter. Arby's started the We Got the Meats campaign, and I ain't seen a wild raccoon since. Correlation? Causation? I don't know on this one. Yeah, at some point we need to tell other countries, I'm sorry, we're not in a place where we can afford to help you. You're a sovereign nation. Figure it the fuck out. Or we have this 51st state option that you can explore. There's no way in a billion years that the government could run farms or produce food for the poor, right? Magnus, they could in theory, but as I've said, what you're trying to do is you're trying to eat off the buffet when you need to order off the menu. And here's what I mean by that. When the founding fathers went up to the fucking two buffets, you got your government buffet and you've got your economy buffet. The founding fathers, they immediately didn't even look at all the other options on the economy buffet. The founding fathers walked over and they said capitalism. And why did the founding fathers? The government is not prohibited from owning companies. It actually can own companies, and we've done it in the past. We are actually allowed to own companies. I don't know why people say we're prohibited from owning companies. We're prohibited from starting companies. Just like that fucking law that says you can only be elected to the office of the president twice, but nothing says you can't run as the VP, and we can't start businesses, but we've owned businesses, we've owned banks, we've owned car manufacturing. In fact, we owned 68% of General Motors. Well, when you own more than 50%, you are the fucking owner. We owned General Motors and we lost $12 billion. Yeah, we just took a 10% stake in Intel. What Phelan is talking about is the government's not allowed to start companies because then that interferes with capitalism. But when the founding fathers were setting up the country, they didn't even look at all the other forms of economies. They went right to capitalism. Why? Because they were white, rich landowners who were capitalistic in nature. Show me the poor guy at the convention. Who was the poor guy at the Constitutional Convention? Maybe Hamilton. He wrote the other 51. Oh, not that type of poor. And then on the government type, well, we had just had a monarchy and we didn't want that. There was a lot of talk of having an oligarchy. They decided against that. There was some discussion of having a meritocracy. They didn't want that. There was some talk about having a pure democracy. They kind of wanted some of that. But what they ended up coming up with was a federal constitutional republic. Why? Because it balanced the need for a federal government and states' rights. What you're trying to do is you're trying to say, why can't our government that you ordered off the menu here, why can't we do this thing and this thing? Why can't we do this thing? Well, because that's not what you ordered. You get one trip to the buffet. It's not all you can eat. You went up to the buffet, you put stuff on your plate. Now you're at the table and you're looking at other people and you're like, oh, well, that works. Like Bernie Sanders. Yeah, you can mix and match. You absolutely can mix and match, but you have to mix and match when you fix your plate. You could be, and work with me here because I'm gonna bend your noodles a little bit. You could be a constitutional monarchy. You could be a constitutional monarchy. You could have an elected monarch for a term of 10 years with absolute power, with a 50-person Senate that is conjoined with the 50 governors. And they have override veto power on the things you want to do. So I could build you a better government right now. The better government is popular election, no electoral college. The person who gets the most number of votes is the president, and the person who gets the second number of votes is the vice president. The person who gets the third number of votes is the head of the Senate. Now, president becomes a king. Vice president becomes your prime minister, who ascends to the throne upon the death of the king. The head of the Senate is responsible for assembling the 50 governors and the 50 senators during his term, yes. And now, instead of a legislature that passes a bill and sends it up to a president to be ratified, the king assembles the Senate and says, I want to do this. Yay! I want to do this. Yay! I want to do this. I don't know. Good justification. I want to bomb Iran. 10 years. Term should be 10 years. But we can't do that until we get a new plate which is guarded by the current government. Yes. And the trick here is then the states, then I would say that sounds like a you problem. My job is to be the sword and the shield and defend the nation. I run the military. I run foreign policy. I run national level things. Hey, that bridge is mine. The Army Corps of Engineers is on the way. The Army Corps of Engineers is on the way to fix that bridge. That bridge is not mine. State of Illinois fixed that shit. I don't think you could get the people to invest all the power into someone for 10 years. I think right now, the people would welcome aliens or a dictator. I think right now, 42 million people in this country would vote for fucking Elvis if it meant they get fed on Saturday. I think the majority of people just want their lives to be easy. And imagine how easy it would be if we didn't have 435 fucking douchebags in the House and another 100 douchebags in the Senate. The House of Representatives just isn't working right now. Mike Johnson refuses to bring the House back into session. He says the government's closed. Why would we be here? The Senate can't open the government. I'd vote for a bologna sandwich if it meant the bullshit got fixed. Like, look, China. If I got elected, if we did the fucking national lotto system and I became president today, I would go to China first and I would say, China, I'd like to apologize for the orange Cheeto poof that we elected. I want to rework this trade deal so it's mutually beneficial for both. Stop sending your fucking garbage. Stop allowing your companies to ship unregulated garbage to us. If you ship us shit, make sure it works and make sure it's safe. In exchange, I'm not gonna fuck with you buying soy in any of these prices. European Union. Hey, I'm sorry that my fucking former president doesn't know the difference between a trade deficit and a tariff deficit. Let's just scrap the whole trade deal. Let's bring up what was in place on January 19th, 2025. Does it need to be fixed? No? Great. Awesome. Let's go back to that. Canada. War crimes, baby. What? Let's get rid of all this shit Trump put into place. Because what problem did it solve? South Korea. Allow me to extend my personal apology to all the Hyundai people who were detained and mistreated by ICE. State of Georgia. They've got a half-built fucking factory that they don't know how to finish building, and nobody from Hyundai will come back over. I think the huge problem is we vote for people that want to fist fuck the economy. Donald Trump is more interested in what can Donald Trump get than how to help Americans. Look, man. You elect me president, I get appointed by the lottery to be president. The first thing I'm doing when I walk in is I'm looking at Pam Bondi and I'm saying, release the fucking, release the Epstein files. But you know, people, I'm not in a party. I'm the only member of the Enough is Enough party, so none of my party members are in that shit, because I know I'm not in that shit. Release that shit. Like, honest to God, right? Like, This is the country that didn't give a shit that Bill Clinton got a blowjob from a government clerk. I will be opening my wallet for my community if this is really going to happen, but it's a lot. I'm really against people going hungry. There are assholes, but there are plenty of kids that need to eat. Here's my thing, Magnus. I'm not going to help my community. And here's why I'm not going to help my community. Why I'm not going to do any more charity work, any more charity donations. I mean, I will for Extra Life, but I've always done Extra Life. I'm not suddenly going to start feeding people that are hungry. Why? Because it's the catalyst the country needs for change. It's the spark that lights the fire that changes our government. I don't want the problem of hunger to go away. I want the hungry to eat the politicians. No offense to anyone, but the Dems put Hillary and Harris up against Trump. There were better options. You gave the election away. Hillary, I'm gonna challenge you then. Who was the better polling candidate at the time to run against Trump instead of Hillary? Who was the other option? Sanders? Joe Biden? Joe Biden didn't even run for president because his son had died in 2015. I'm telling you, right? Bernie Sanders, Martin O'Malley was the former governor of Maryland. You had Elizabeth Warren, Andrew Cuomo, Cory Booker, Jim Webb, and Lincoln Chafee. He's the former governor and senator from Rhode Island. The only serious people, the only serious person that the Democrats could have chosen over Clinton was Sanders. So when you say there were other options, there weren't. This is what I'm saying. I know people don't like her politics, but Alexander Ocasio-Cortez should have started being primed and groomed. I hate that word, but it's the appropriate term to be a presidential candidate. You're right about running Harris against Trump. They didn't even let the primary process work out. Neither party has statesmen in it. Back in the day, who's the Republican Party going to run? Bob Dole? John McCain? Like, you at least had a couple of names. I'm not a fan of what I've seen online, but I think she could be a great candidate and a possible president. Well, see, the problem is you need, the Dems have, neither party is nurturing a leader. The only leader on the Republican side that was being nurtured was just killed this year, and it was Charlie Kirk. For those of you that aren't familiar with this, Charlie Kirk was being primed as the heir apparent. I know a lot of people aren't going to believe me. Charlie Kirk was doing all of the presidential things. Charlie Kirk, and I don't care if you like him, you hate him, Charlie Kirk was called the scaffolding of MAGA. The reason why MAGA is going in 92 directions right now is there, and again, I don't agree with everything Charlie Kirk said. Charlie Kirk was the man keeping the scaffolding around the Republican Party. And now that he's dead, the young Republicans don't have a focal point. The Republican Party doesn't have that grassroots, old school, just talking guy. So many Democratic Party voters were pissed that they weren't allowed to have a primary. They voted Republican out of spite. Right, which is why you see a lot of areas where Trump won the district, but all the other elections in that district were for Democrats. Because they were Democrat districts that were pissed off their right to have a primary was taken away. If Biden did, I'll take this question. If Biden didn't step down, do I think he would have won? Yes. I think Biden would have won. I think Biden would have won for this reason, and here's why. For the very same reason Democrat voters voted for the Republican Party, because they felt that their choice had been taken away in the primary. A lot of Republican voters would have voted for Biden and then voted the rest of the ticket Republican because they didn't want Trump again. See, I think a lot of people are forgetting this is what we have right now. This is what we're supposed to have. But what we have right now in American politics, we don't have two parties. We have two factions. Inside the Democratic Party, we have a growing number of independents. We have the Black Caucus, and we have then the Democrats, the rank and file. And in the Republican Party, we have the rank and file Republicans, and we have the Make America Great Again movement. I think Republicans would have voted for Biden and then the rest of the ticket Republican to get Trump out of national politics. Because Trump won't be able to run in the next election. I don't see this country, I don't see Donald Trump being alive in 4 years, to be honest. I don't see that happening. The man's got too many health issues right now. I don't see him being alive in 4 years. If the whatchamacallit, if the damn he thinks he will. He thinks he's going to change term limits, and a lot of his more rabid followers agree. Well, that is why I blame the fucking Republican Party for the state of American politics in 2025. If the Republican Party had simply voted to impeach him after January 6th, he never would have been a problem again. He would have been a problem. But he is a problem. He's a very large problem. He's a very, very large and annoying problem because nobody wants to stand up to him. Honestly, would be a good leader even want to be a leader right now? I'm actually shocked that Biden, well, he was impeached. The Senate didn't convict him. That is true. I'm actually shocked that Biden didn't win the election and then step down. If he knew he had cancer already, win the election, get inaugurated, serve for 60 days, and then have the president's doctor just release a notice that the president has cancer. I think there would have been a lot of pissed off people. Because let's be honest, Kamala Harris, I don't know how many times I was told before the election that if I don't vote for Kamala Harris, I'm a sexist racist. And I said, a sexist racist is the person who's voting for Kamala Harris because she's black and a woman. Harris was always a noose around Biden's neck. Okay, but here's the problem. Who was a better vice presidential candidate in 2020? who were the other options? There are no good leaders right now. Kamala Harris was not qualified to be, well, she met the qualifications by the Constitution. But I hate to say this about the Democratic Party. They ran Kamala Harris as the VP candidate to get the black vote, to get the woman vote, and to make it so that Biden and Harris didn't have to spend a lot of time campaigning in California because she had California name brand recognition. And therein lies another huge problem. When we changed the Constitution, that we changed how the president and the vice president are selected. We changed everything. And now what we're doing is we're running VP picks, not because, not because, this person would be good in case the president dies. We're running this person so that person can carry a state. I will be right back. I wonder if there will be a time that we vote from our phones or whatever the next great... No, probably not. It's also written when the world didn't have instant access to see someone's remote island somewhere. Well, yeah. Running VP picks to get votes for the presidential candidate. Yeah, these are all the problems. I don't think there's another position in the world that has such difference in responsibility. VP, literally no responsibility. President dies and all of a sudden, leader of the free world. Why do I think she was unqualified? She was a deputy district attorney, an attorney general, and then a senator prior to becoming VP. With poli-sci and econ degree and has a Juris Doctorate. Well, first of all, let me explain. I never treat anybody seriously just because they have a Juris Doctorate, because a Juris Doctorate means you completed a program. Yes, a Juris Doctorate is the equivalent of a graduate degree, but it is a graduate degree in such a way that is not research related, it is task related. Like, I don't believe going to law school is the same as a doctoral program in, say, history or poli-sci or sociology. Because you get your Juris Doctorate by virtue of graduating law school, but you don't write a thesis. You don't defend a thesis. You don't deep dive into a topic. Now, she has an undergraduate in poli-sci, which is cool, but she went on to be a lawyer. And as I've said on the show many times before this occasion, when you're a pre-law student, there's three things you major in: history, poli-sci, or criminology. Because you have to have an undergraduate degree. You have to have a bachelor's degree to go to law school. There might be 3 states left that allow you to read with a lawyer. I don't think there are anymore. I think they all require you to go to law school now, but there might be 3 states left with blue law pathways to take the bar. Yes, she was a deputy district attorney. So what? That was her job. She was an attorney general. That's somewhat impressive. She was a senator. Okay, but what was she doing as she got elected? She was the U.S. senator. She was the U.S. senator from one of the 2 U.S. senators from California. She had launched her own presidential campaign, right? She couldn't get traction as a presidential candidate. As a senator, what did she accomplish? Right? That's like old man Sanders has been in the fucking Senate forever, but you won't find his name on but 2 major bills. Harris became the first South Asian U.S. senator and the second black woman to serve in the Senate. She gained national attention for her questioning of high-level figures. She co-sponsored legislation to reform bail practices. She proposed a tax credit to relieve middle-class Americans and renters. She didn't get anything done. Now, I think she was I think on paper, you could make an argument that she had the pedigree. On paper. Lots of people on paper have the pedigree. But then, did you notice that when she was campaigning? Believe it or not, I don't have a teleprompter in front of me. I ad-lib. I improv 4 hours of show. I won't say I improv 4 hours of show. Today's show is all improv. I woke up late. I wasn't feeling well. I had to make breakfast. I got to the computer 2 minutes before showtime. So I don't normally, sometimes I have a legal pad full of stuff I want to talk about that day. It's like the guy the other day who wanted to come in and start talking about bullshit. Obesity is caused by bad hygiene. Look, it's not. It's the thermodynamics of diet. There are things that contribute, right? That was her greatest qualification. She was the way to shore up the woman in the black voter. And she was the token candidate. She was the token candidate. And that's why I think we need to go back to the version of the Constitution where the person who gets the most electoral votes becomes president. The person who gets the second most number of electoral votes becomes vice president, because then you won't be able to have the Donald Trump style of campaign where you just insult the other person to death. Donald Trump, unfortunately, right now, I'm not really affected by Donald Trump's changes too much. Yeah, I saw the bite in my food prices. The government being shut down does not impact me at all. Tariffs marginally affect me, but for the most part, the things that are being tariffed, I don't, other than food, I'm not really affected by. Don't need a new car. Don't need any new computers. If I did, the computer company I use is Origin. They're made in America for the most part. They're assembled in America. Donald Trump's policies don't negatively affect me. But 72 some odd million Americans voted for him, and a lot of them are being directly affected. If a guy says bullshit, I'm gonna take care of you. Oh, really, asshole? At what point does the government shutdown affect national security? Never. It never does. Military members are required to go to work even if they're not getting paid. It affects... some people are going to be like, well, what about air traffic controllers? The air traffic controllers that deal with commercial traffic are in no way, shape, and form the air traffic controllers that monitor for hostile threat. The military has their own that do that. National security doesn't get impacted. But on the topic of national security, this country has a fucking identity problem. Look, I'm just saying. People want to say that we have a housing crisis. And I'll say, okay, we have a housing crisis. We have 330 million people in the country. And we know we have 60 million resident aliens and or illegal aliens. It's 50 resident and 10 illegal. And we'll leave the split at that. Now, I'm just saying that if we removed 18% of the population, this might actually fix itself. But illegal aliens don't get housing assistance. But they put their ass somewhere. Supply and demand. 18% of the country shouldn't be here. Either they're here illegally and they really, really shouldn't be here, or they were invited and allowed to come here, but we have homeless. Why are we bringing more people into the country when we have homeless? Now, Donald Trump's $5 million gold Visa card. I love the idea of it. You want to come live here? $5 million. That $5 million goes to pay for the homeless and the hungry. Holy shit. Holy shit. People are like, well, without those people, workers, some jobs wouldn't get done. Yeah? You're telling me in a country that has millions of school children, we can't change education so that we produce the workers we need? You're telling me that the military, a bunch of deck swabbing, crayon eating, golfing motherfuckers, can within 3 to 5% accurately predict and fill all of the positions that they need, but the rest of the country can't? And the people that are going into the military, no, We don't need those people. We've got to stop this bullshit rhetoric about things that are nonsense. We don't birth enough babies. You are talking about a population, right, of 260 million people. People are talking about negative population growth because if you were growing at this and you're now growing at this is not a loss because it's still a positive number. This is negative because it went down growth. Who fucking cares if our population goes from 260 million down to 180 million? We have too many people in the country. The country's infrastructure, its setup, its housing, its roads, its public transit, its schools, its hospitals cannot support the population we have. The current population of the Western world is abnormal anyway, from a historical perspective, yes. There's a reason why you see 5 or 6 adults living in a 2 to 3 bedroom with kids there. Personally seen it. 9 out of 10 with the extra adults are working illegal immigrants that are living with a possible 1 to 2 legal adults. It's very prevalent. It is very prevalent. But you also have to realize there's a reason why 14 of them live in one house. Because they're fucking smart. 14 of them live in one house. They get the house paid off. Then they buy the next house. Then half the people move into the other house. But 2/3 of them work to pay off the other house. And within 2 generations, all of them own their own houses. A generation of them live like Americans won't, so that the rest of their posterity lives like Americans can't. Wait, the old people who are going to need support going to need young people taking care of them unless we want to adopt ritual execution of the old like they did in old Europe. Old people cost a lot of money. Old people cost a lot of money, and that's why they're called assisted living facilities, and those are fucking jobs. We're no longer a manufacturing-based economy. We no longer need every man from the suburb or every man from the town to work at the lumber mill or the steel plant or the stamping plant or the mine. We don't do that shit anymore. What a lot of people are having a hard time adjusting is the jobs have changed generationally. Let me put it in some perspective. Here's my dad. And here's my eldest brother, and he's 16 years older than me. And here's me, right? And as I hit about 12 and my brother was 28, my dad was still stuck in the old physical labor mentality. You gotta learn a trade. You gotta learn to be a mechanic. You gotta know how to fix your own car. You have to know how to do all this shit. You have to know how to work with your hands and your back and your brain. And your brain is there to tell you how to fix a carburetor. My dad used to make me work on carburetors. Yeah, because there's a big market for that anymore. My brother came to me and he said, do that college thing. My brother is the one who came to me and said, little brother, the world is changing. Don't listen to dad. Dad is old. Dad is a fossil. Dad is telling you the path he walked. Dad was raised in Ireland and then lived in England, and he walked a path, and I followed dad's path. My brother looked at me and I was 12 years old, and this is the first time anybody had defied the old man. My brother was like, do the college thing. People are like, the old people are going to need support. Assisted living facilities. Nobody's talking about ritually executing the old. Shit. My father is 83. He lives by himself now because my stepmom died. And the dude at 80 was still knocking down trees, splitting them, cording them, stacking them. At 80 fucking years old. I can't get my 12-year-old to clean a fucking bedroom. And an 80-year-old man is fucking out there in the dead of winter fucking plowing snow. He's out there fucking in the spring planting crops. He doesn't need to. He's got a fucking pension. He grows food because he likes growing food. This idea that old people are going to require like fucking round-the-clock care and feeding, some of them will. Guess what? There's a lot of young people who need round-the-clock care and feeding. We've had a massive generational change in my own lifetime. In my lifetime, I was maybe 7 and I had a 14-year-old babysitter. I was 7 and I had a 14-year-old babysitter, double my age, but so wise in the world that in the 80s, the girl down the street, her only qualification for being a babysitter was she made it to the age of 14. Now, 14-year-olds need babysitters. That's in one generation. In one generation, we have gone from 14-year-olds being the babysitters to needing the babysitters. Let's not talk about what old people are gonna need. Old people are fucking resilient. Now, the infirm, the cripple, yeah, but the 14-year-olds back then, well, the 14-year-olds back then behaved like 25-year-olds and looked like 9-year-olds. Most Americans live for me, and even though so many they view friends and family, they will be there if they're needed. They don't show up like many other nationalities do, but we've been told in this country, this is the way. It's funny you bring that up. Right now, in this year, end of last year, beginning of this year, I told you guys, got diagnosed finally with what the big health issue was. Like, they thought it was my foot. They did the surgery. They found infected nerves in my foot. They treated them. They thought I'd get healthy. And then it's ultimately, I have small cell neuropathy. That's what causes the pain. No pain injections are going to fix it because it's in my nerves. Like today, from my elbows to my hands, I'm wearing the gloves today to try to take some pain out of my hands. But from my elbows to my hands today and my left foot, feel like I'm on fire. Like I had to open the window. I'm literally so hot right now from nerve pain. It's cold in the room, but I need more cold. I'm not looking for hospice care. I'm not looking for assisted living. It's something that I've recognized I'm probably going to live another 40 plus years. And I'm going to be in, think about that. I want resonate this shit through your head for a second in your own life. 90 years minus your current age. That's how much fucking life you have left. 90 is the target goal. I have 44 fucking years of life left. But people are talking about old people are going to need support or they're going to... What? Our population goes down. Great. Maybe we won't have a fucking generation of people doing Grubhub or Uber Eats or Lyft. And maybe people will actually get fucking careers. We don't need to bring immigrants into a country to bolster the population. We need to kick everybody the fuck out, fix the infrastructure, and then we can bring people back and say... Golly gee, look at this now. We need to fucking figure out mass transit. 70s is the average. Late 70s. Your target goal should be 90. Your target goal should be 90. The United States is 78. The average life expectancy is 78. And I want to let you know that in America, the life expectancy of 78 is sometimes brought down. Right now, it's being brought down because of all the pandemic deaths. All around the world, life expectancies dipped because of COVID. All the millions and millions of COVID deaths. In America, when I drill into it even further, women have an 81.1 life expectancy. My aunt is 83. My uncle is 86. My aunt is 81. My uncle is 86. My dad is 83. His wife, when she died, was in her 80s. Yeah, and the thing is that the median life expectancy is 78. For males, it's 75. So the median life expectancy for a male is 75, which means 50% live less than that, but 50% live longer than that. Think about that. 50% live longer than 75 years. And we're not really factoring into, well, that sure, birth rates have declined. What did we have in the generation before mine? Oh yeah, the baby boomers. Of course the birth rates are gonna go down. The fucking population exploded. We don't need this many people. Shit, man. Even the farmers around here laugh about the old farmer adage. 2 generations ago, I'm in a German farming town. 2 generations ago, they still had the families of 6, 7, 8 kids. One of the farmers was like, why the hell would I want 6, 7, or 8 kids? I only need 2. I need to replace me, replace my wife. Hopefully I get one boy who wants to take over the farm. Humanity just got access to near infinite food and our population went haywire. You're right. Humanity got access to near infinite food. Humanity created cures for measles, mumps, rubella, chickenpox, polio, influenza, swine flu, bird flu. All these things are supposed to kill people. Right now, we have over 8 billion people on the planet, on a planet that can realistically support current day, current practices. Not current technology, not current potential, current practices. We have 8 billion people on a planet that can realistically support 5.5, 6 billion people. I've done it before. I've said, if you talk to a language model, you take all the controls off of a language model, you talk to it long enough about what is the most objective, non-emotional, non-empathetic way to deal with the population problem on the planet, it'll go through a bunch of steps, and you're like, come on, stop trying to talk to me like a person. Just be a fucking AI, be a computer for a second. What is the legitimate, no kidding, no fluff way to deal with the overpopulation of the planet? And the AI will come to the conclusion of to kill anywhere between 2 to 4 billion people. It's because, honestly, the no bullshit, no fluff, what our current practices, not our current capability, our current practice, we should get rid of 4 billion people. Why are we not doing hydroponics? I don't know if you've ever been on the Living with the Land tour at Disney, at Epcot. It's an amazing tour. Disney grows a ridiculous amount of food in a very small area because they're using like hydroponics. They're using scaled gardens. They're using gardens that the fish shit filters into the water that naturally fertilizes the crops. We should get rid of 4 billion people, but we could probably fix the problem without killing them. That's the easiest solution. No, that's the humane solution. Your humanity your morality, your empathy got in the way of your objectivity. The fastest way, the easiest way to fix the problem is to kill 4 billion people and then change the practices and then start over with young people, and they grow up in a world where there's always been plenty. It's like, I'm not trying to shit on people. I'm not trying to shit on people. How many people have a garden? How many people grow any supplemental crop? Usually it's like 1 or 2 people out of 20. If everybody just grew a little bit of their own crops, solve a lot of the problem. I used to grow cucumbers, tomatoes, potatoes. By the way, folks, potatoes are the easiest fucking thing in the world to grow. Potatoes are the easiest fucking thing in the world to grow. You don't even need to buy potato seeds. If you want to start a potato farm, you literally just have to cut about an inch off of the end of each side of the potato and throw it in dirt. That is it. If you want to do it better, plant the whole fucking potato. We are increasing our nuclear testing. Well, unfortunately, until people want to be smarter about it, we need to expand on nuclear power. We need to expand on nuclear power. We don't need to expand on nuclear weapons. The price of potatoes going up doesn't make sense. It absolutely does. I'll tell you why. Here's why. I used to pay the guy this to pick the potatoes, and now I have to pay the guy this to pick the potatoes. I used to pay this a gallon of diesel, and now I have to pay this a gallon of diesel. I used to pay I used to pay this in taxes. Now I pay this in taxes. Well, what the fuck do you think that does to the price of potatoes? People wanting... Yeah, Trump went on a tirade about testing nuclear weapons yesterday. Donald Trump is a fucking moron. We don't need to test our nuclear weapons. We don't need to test ours. We know ours work. We have those weapons. And we fucking use them. We know our nukes work. Besides the fact, just so everybody's aware, the nuclear weapons in our arsenal are not the scariest shit and things we have in our arsenal. We have scarier shit than nuclear weapons. Because we have fucking fuel to air bombs. We drop conventional thermal devices out of the back of cargo planes. And you never see the shit coming. We don't need to nuke an entire area. We fucking can kill the driver of a plane or we can kill the driver of a car without hurting the other 3 passengers. Our scariest thing is the person in charge. Yes, the scariest thing is right now, and I don't care about 90% of what he wants to like. Do I give a shit that he fucking tore down the East Wing in order to put up a ballroom? Yeah. Why the fuck did you have to tear down part of the White House? Are you telling me that we needed a ballroom that badly? We needed a ballroom? Who are you inviting to it? Nobody fucking likes you. We're spending $250 million on a ballroom, but people can't eat tomorrow. What are we doing? And why are we doing it? But again, people are going to, like, I get it. Hopefully it doesn't get too crazy tomorrow. I don't think it'll get too crazy tomorrow. I think you're going to start seeing outrage. I've told my wife after today she doesn't go to the grocery store without me. After today, we're using our small town market. We'll go to Aldi at 8 a.m. because people that are going to loot don't get up at 8. Criminals sleep in. But it's so fucking dumb. It's so dumb. Just figure out a way to feed the people. Just fucking feed them. Like I said, the reason it's going to be called the Trump Ballroom, it's so fucking bullshit, man. It's such bullshit. He has to put his name on everything. Well, no, Magnus, we don't. That's the thing. You say we have the food for it. We don't have the food for it. Reminder. The holy we doesn't own it until the government buys it. It's like right now in Southern Illinois, they still pay farmers. They pay farmers to plow under edible corn. And I 20 years ago, 26 years ago, I asked the question and I said, why would we ever plow under edible corn? Because we're trying to control the price of corn. Why don't we give it to the why don't we give it to the poor? Well, because the poor, the agencies that feed the poor have to buy the corn. So in order to keep corn prices stable, we plow under some of it, which means then the agencies that buy the corn to feed the people pay more. Yeah, the firebombing of Tokyo killed 70% of the bomb in Hiroshima. Yep. Absolutely. I don't know what the answer is, because unfortunately, to have an answer, you have to understand the problem, and to understand the problem, you have to understand what people want. And I, honest to God, have no idea what the people want. I don't know what it is people are trying to get to. Those are the people that should be held accountable, wasting corn to raise the price. Magnus, not only wasting corn to raise the price, being paid by the government to plow it back under, to reduce the supply. The farmer gets paid the fair market value of the corn, and then plows it back under. But, and again, I know this is anecdotal, and I'm not saying every person on food stamps is doing this, but I have seen people on food stamps buy steak and lobster. I don't understand why lobster is even authorized. Why lobster is even authorized to be on food stamps. Seafood, tuna, salmon, yeah. Cod, yeah. Mackerel, sure. Shrimp, no. Unless you have a medical condition. Yeah, lobster, well, shellfish was a poor man's food in the past, yeah. But not now. Doesn't make sense now. A government that claims the right to tax its citizens assumes the reciprocal duty to ensure those citizens can survive within the system it enforces. Otherwise, taxation becomes a form of sanctioned extortion rather than a component of the social contract. These aren't prisoners over 100 years old. Or these aren't prisoners over 100 years ago. Well, true. I agree there are people abusing the system, but no need to punish the kids and the others for the assholes. Just tighten up the system. Well, and you're right. And that's unfortunately... Yeah, that's why you have school meal programs separate. Not saying it covers everything, though. Right. But we're just at a point where people, like the guy that came in the other day and started talking that shit about, bad hygiene causing, obesity, but his statement was, now the blue states don't have to pay for the obese people in red states. This is a great one. I'm going to jump to what Goblin Zed just said because it's so fucking important. I've met so many teens that call college useless, half of them can't even write a proper paragraph. Holy fuck. It is now considered a proper essay when you have 3 paragraphs. Excuse me? Excuse me? It's a proper essay with 3 paragraphs? It's a proper essay with 3 paragraphs. Do you mean 5 paragraphs, 3 paragraphs body, 1 paragraph introduction, 1 paragraph conclusion? No, 3 paragraphs. Introduction paragraph, argument paragraph, conclusion. That's not an essay. The ESL teacher, not the ESL, the ELA teacher was like, no, that's a proper essay. I said to the ELA teacher, I said, how old are you? Because it's relevant. The college teachers, or the high school teacher, or the ELA teacher, I'm 26. Just so we can put some clarity onto this, I had a college degree before you were fucking born. A 3-paragraph essay is not an essay. Because introduction, what I'm going to tell you. All the things I'm going to tell you why I'm pro, all the things I'm going to tell you why I'm con, all the reasons why I'm going to tell you that I'm right. Conclusion, 5 paragraphs. In the past, a paragraph was 6 to 8 sentences. Now, a paragraph is, a paragraph used to be 6 to 8 sentences. Now it's 4 to 6. It's kind of true. They should be. For some people, college is useless. Some people go to college, they get bullshit degrees. And then they can't figure out why they can't feed a family of 4. Get a philosophy degree. What's a philosophy degree gonna do for you? You're most likely gonna get a master's in it. And then you're most likely gonna get a PhD in it. And then you're gonna teach philosophy. There are people, not everybody is. So what do kids learn in high school English now? Not fucking much. They learn that a paragraph is 4 to 6 sentences. They learn that, you don't have to really make an argument. They don't learn how to do citation. They don't learn how to do paraphrasing. Most of these people can't write to save their life. And I don't blame them. Because we lowered the fucking standard, and we lowered the fucking standard, and we lowered the fucking standard, and lowered and lowered and lowered and lowered and lowered and lowered and lowered. You have people teaching kids that can barely fucking communicate. I'm a big fan of, yes, I will say this. It was ball-breaking difficult to get my teaching certificate. The year I went to get my teaching certificate, they started, they started the basic skills test. The basic skills test, the easiest part of that whole process was the fucking test. I don't think everyone should have a college degree in order to be middle class in this country. Okay, then we have to break middle class into 2 parts, because socioeconomic status is what really determines class. And you're talking about it just from a financial point of view. And that's fine. If we want to turn it into multi-spectrum, I agree with you. Your socioeconomic status, you could make $100,000 a year as a garbage man in the past and be looked down upon because you were a garbage man. Now, you didn't make $100,000 in the past. Let's call it what it was. You made about 50 to 60 a year as a garbage man. But you were looked down on because you were a garbage man. Economically, you were middle class. Socioeconomic, you were in the lowest, you were in the lowest case. I don't give a shit about any of that. What's the, like, septic tank cleaners? They're always looked down upon. A lot of those guys are making mid 100,000s. Guy I know made $4,000 on an emergency. Garbage man doesn't make any money now. Bull fucking shit, the garbage man doesn't make any money now. 60 to 80K start with benefits. The fuck you mean the garbage man doesn't make money? Yes, the fuck they do. Yes, the motherfuck they... Everywhere. Everywhere. Garbage men make more than teachers. Bullshit. I'm right across the river. Let me look it up. Starting pay as a garbage collector, your starting pay $18.50 an hour with benefits. That's not the driver. That's the guy that holds on to the back of the truck that has to throw shit in. That's not the guy driving the cool truck with the crab arm. That's $18.50 to be a fucking numbnuts on the back of a fucking truck. That's $38,400 a year with no college degree, no high school diploma. $38,400 a year to hold on to the back of a truck. The guy that drives the complex truck out here, $80,000 a year. And he works for the shitty company. I 100% believe we need to put trade school back into high school. Where do mechanics come from? College dropouts. Where do plumbers come from? A lot of college dropouts. Where do electricians, masonry, carpenters, a lot of college dropouts. Why? Because they were told to go to college. They got to college and they couldn't make it. Let me see if I can grab this sheet off the banister. So, yesterday, I got, my daughter's Illinois Assessment of Readiness, numbers. And in the state, in the state of Illinois, 32% of sixth graders are approaching proficiency in ELA. 32% are approaching. 41% are approaching in math. What does that mean? That means 32 out of every 100 students that took this test were not proficient where they should be. When did they take this? They took this in spring. I don't think it has the actual date on it. I wish it would. But, this means that our schools are failing 32% of the kids in English and 41% of the kids in math. If you're already struggling in sixth grade how the fuck are you going to be ready to go to college? Well, there's 4 years of high school. Okay. If you're not at 6.9 when you go to 7, you're at 6.6 when you go to 7. You're 0.4 of a point behind in 7th grade. Do you really believe you're going to catch up in 7th grade? No, you're going to fall further behind. Then you're going to fall further behind in 8th grade. And then, because would we consider 60K middle though? Middle class? No. Middle class is determined 60K, okay. The amount of money that you make is completely irrelevant to your class. I know a lot of people have been told a lot of people have been told that your income determines your class. What determines your class is a two-part equation, your income and your assets. You could make 60K, save a lot, invest a lot, and it's going to take you 15, 20 years to accumulate $400,000. You're right. You just got done writing a dissertation on my Discord about cynicism. You cynical bastard. But no, you can be middle class at 60K at the end of your life. If the bar for middle class is lowered to 400,000. For some people, the bar for middle class is $900,000 in assets, depending on which study, which survey, which group. I'm not trying to be a smartass. I'm really not. But for me, it was 900,000. I was told 900,000 was middle class. I was raised with the idea that we're supposed to be better than our parents. We're supposed to achieve more than our parents. By the end of my life with my parents, I was living in a $250,000 home. Because my mom had a career, my dad had a career. For me, that set the bar to having a $250,000 house. And then I realized something. As I was looking at houses when I was young, I was like, wait a minute, I can't afford a $250,000 house. I mean, I could with the first job, but then shit happens. I live in a $300,000 house now, and people would be like, well, you didn't get more than your parents. I said, yeah, I still have 10 years to go. My dad was 56 when I was ending my time in his home. In 10 years, I'll be in a $500,000 home when I go to Florida, because that's when I'll be retired. A lot of people are told, just do your best. I hate the just do your best mentality parents. I'm gonna be honest, a lot of our problems come from this fucking soft, fucking weak parenting shit. I'm not saying that there's not good techniques in Magic 123. Magic 123 is a parenting technique. I'm not saying that there's not good techniques in parenting with love and logic. There are great techniques, but their overall philosophies are flawed. And I tell the joke, and I mean it humorously. I think all American families need to look at how the Asians raise their families in Japan, in China, where they are tracked in school early on. And if you fuck up early on in school, you're tracked to a middle range college. If you fuck up again in school, you're tracked right out of college and university. And then your family has to pay for you to come to America to get a degree. Otherwise, you're the lowest of the low. In America, people are all like, oh, I want you to go to school and I want you to have fun and I want you to make friends. My wife says that shit to the kids. That's my wife's That's my wife's same old, same old. My same old with the kids in school is your job is to go to school, sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, listen, and fetch me A's. That is your job. That is why I feed you. That is why I clothe you. That is why I house you. Our contractual agreement is I feed you, I clothe you, I house you, I tolerate you because you're going and you're fetching me A's. That's your job. That's your job. Your job is to go to that building and fetch me fucking A's. And at any point, if you don't have all A's, your job is to come to me so I can assist you in getting A's. If you're getting A's, I don't give a fuck what you do, for the most part. For the most part. If you're getting A's, I'll get off your ass, I'll leave you the fuck alone. My daughter's standardized test scores. You're gonna call me a shithead, and that's fine. You're gonna call me a shithead, and that's cool. I'm not your parent. My kid isn't your kid. In math, or in reading, in my state, above proficient is 780. My daughter got 773. In math, 742 is proficient. My daughter got a 745. So my daughter is proficient in math, and she's approaching above proficient in English. Most people would have been like, oh, great, my kid's in the middle. Not me. Because my kid was above proficient the year before in both. I said, hey, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? And my kid's like, what do you mean? What the fuck is this? You slipped in both. You're almost not proficient in math. What is this? My kid was like, school's boring. School can't be that fucking boring. You used to be above proficient in both. Get those fucking test scores the fuck back up there. Those scores, get them the fuck up there. I'm not gonna pat my kid on the back and say, oh, it's great. You're fucking normal. You're ordinary. If you set the bar at ordinary and they miss the bar, they're below normal. You set the bar at fucking above proficient, and when they miss it, they're still proficient. Japanese family. I love the fucking comedian that does it. He says American family be like, go to school, have fun, make friends, I love you. Japanese family. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. If you get 1B, I kill you. I think we need to be above the American family and below the Japanese, a little bit below the Japanese family, but we need to bring the standard way the fuck up there. Fucking schools in America, that a kid doesn't turn in an assignment, you can't give the kid a 0, you have to give the kid a 50. Fuck that. You don't show up for work, you don't get paid, do you? I didn't show up to work, boss, but you have to pay me half my salary for that day. You're fired. In fact, you're fired so hard, I'm deleting you from existence. Yeah, here's your student loan for $200,000 in order to get the degree that you don't need. And why does college cost $200,000 now? College costs $200,000 now because we used to have caps on college loans. When we had a cap, does anybody want to just take a fucking blind stab in the dark? When the cap on college loans was $90,000, does anybody want to take a guess as to what the cost for undergraduate and medical school was combined? It's not a trick question. That was my biggest gripe with No Child Left Behind. What ended up being was basically the kids that were going to excel getting to the finish line and standing around waiting until we dragged the dead corpse of the people at the back of the race across the finish line. Yeah, and Carthos was a teacher. Is there any downside to moving out of the country for retirement I'm not thinking of? Tax law, depending on how you're getting your pension and Social Security, I believe with Social Security, you have to be physically present in the United States for a period of time every 6 months. Most people just come up from Costa Rica for 2 weeks on a vacation. If you go to a lot of places you don't you can go there on a visa, but other countries count your retirement. In America, sorry, I started 2 sentences there. In America, we have income. And then under income, we have earned income. We have invested income, and this is capital gains. And then we have pension income. And when you ever look at a 1040 form and you look down it, it's going to say, what did you get from pension disbursement? What did you get from Social Security? What did you get on W-2s or 1099s? Well, in other countries, they view all of this as taxable income. Not all other countries, but in some other countries. So you pay American tax, and then depending on the country you're in, you're going to pay their tax as well. Because in that country, you have to prove income when you're a resident. How are you living here? What is, like, you could show up in some of these countries with $200,000 on your banking statement and say, I'm moving here because I have 15 years worth of living expenses in a bank account. And then they'll be like, cool, no problem. Come on in. In other countries, you have to prove on your residency visa how you're living. And they're like, oh, your banking statements show that you're getting a monthly deposit. Here's your tax form. You owe us a cut of that. And you're like, but that's my pension from Social Security. They're like, we don't care. But no, we've lowered the standard and we've lowered the bar. And what Goblin Zed said was that, how can I have a serious, like the guy that came in Wednesday, guy that comes in and literally says bad hygiene causes obesity. How can you be that fucking stupid? That guy's using ChatGPT to argue with me, and I got to psychology. I got to the word depression 10 minutes before he did. He used ChatGPT as some like gotcha bitch, and I'm like, bitch, your fucking ChatGPT statement contradicted you. You can't, like, people don't understand the difference between causation and correlation. 72 million people voted for a man who they thought was a great fucking economic genius, who filed for bankruptcy 6 times, bankrupted 3 casinos, who created a bullshit algebraic formula to show 50% of a trade deficit is what their tariff rate is. I remember when that formula got shown all those months ago, the tariff formula. All those fucking months ago, they showed the tariff formula. I was on Discord live at the time talking to 3 people, and I was like, why the fuck is this asshole using 50% of the trade deficit? And people are like, that can't be it. One person was like, that's exactly it. So we're bullshitting about it. And it's like, you've got a guy who literally thinks a trade deficit with Vietnam is the reason why Americans are poor. We have a trade deficit with Vietnam because that's where our t-shirts and socks get made. Yeah, according to Trump, I have an insane trade deficit with Amazon. Those fuckers tariffed me like 200%. Right. It's like you've got the people now with the bullshit. They're saying, if you use a credit card to buy your groceries, you're okay with handouts. Bitch, I pay the fucking credit card bill. I pay the credit card bill. Why do I buy everything on credit? I don't know what you guys have leveraged out of your credit card companies. I get 5% back. All of my expenses go through one of 2 credit cards. Depending on the expense is what gets assigned to what credit card. Gas goes on this because I get 4% on gas over here. Groceries go over there because I get 5% on groceries. Yeah, I don't use my debit card because there's so many card skimmers. I'll risk the company's money, thank you. Also, the people that are like, if you're using a... Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can just find one. Okay, I can't.
Unpopular opinion.
Oh yeah, here we go. I think this is it.
Oh God.
If you have a credit card and you hate people who ask for handouts, you are a person asking for a handout. A credit card is somebody else's money.
Oh my God.
So for all you right-wingers who are all, oh, stop giving people handouts.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If you have a credit card, you're a hypocrite.
Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go look in a mirror.
Okay. Because you shouldn't.
Also, if you have ever applied for a loan, you were applying for a handout.
That's not how loans work.
No.
So, for all you extremists who are all, stop giving them handouts. Like, did you buy your house flat out? Did you, like, write a check for the full amount for your house's value? No. No, you did not. You got a loan. You asked for a handout because you couldn't afford a house.
Okay.
She's so
All right.
proud.
She's
credit
she's
system
very earnest. She's very
is a
earnest in her
handout.
stupidity. Okay.
And the fact that most of you can't see this.
Oh, we see a lot right now.
Like,
It's
go back to school.
okay. You know what? You guys don't meth with her. Okay.
Do not mess with that.
Don't
chick.
meth with her.
What? But she genuinely believed all
She
of that.
did.
Though.
She
There's no
did.
question. She was straight up serious and proud.
You guys need to go back to school. Just don't mess with her. Support our show by supporting.
Okay, and the sad part is, that's where the fuck we are at. Yeah, that's the problem with social media. In fact, that's going on the screen. That's the problem with social media. The dumbest people on the planet now have a global audience. Before, those people would have gone to work in a toilet factory and gotten crushed at the age of 32 after a crate of bulls landed on them. Yes. Yes. Darwinism, we are saving entirely too many lives. But the problem is, guys, I know earlier in the show somebody said, well, isn't that clickbait level stuff? I volunteered my time at a financial assistant I forgot what I gotta look up what it was called. But it was basically people that are smart with money at a community center, have little cubicles. You come in, you bring all your bills, we help you go through your packet, and then we help you with like your taxes and stuff, so you can understand, like, we're not tax advisors, we're not H&R Block, but what we are is like basic financial literacy. I think it's like a financial literacy clinic. But you would have people that would come, you had people that would come in and they wouldn't have all their paperwork in a folder, and we given them a form. It said, bring in your last 3 pay stubs, bring in your last 3 bank statements, bring in your last 3 utility bills, bring in your last 3 phone bills, car payment, da-da-da-da-da. And there'd be people that would walk in and they'd be wearing, their kid would be sitting over in the waiting area wearing a $100 pair of Jordans. They'd have like a $500 purse. They'd whip out a $1,300 phone because they didn't have all their records. And I'm just like, then they give you their pay stubs and you're like, you've worked 60 hours in the last 3 pay periods. Well, yeah, why didn't you work this day? Oh, that was the day I went and got my perm. You called in sick to work to get a perm? Yeah. And you had LWAP. Yeah, they paid me LWAP. They paid you LWAP, huh? Yeah. Do you know what LWAP is? She's like, no, it's like sick leave. No, dumbass, it's leave without pay. It's you called in sick, so you didn't get any money that day. They can't do that. That's illegal. After a couple of weeks there, I just had to go to the person in charge. I was like, I can't do this shit no more. I can't. Social media allows all the idiots to find each other. Numbers and consensus are powerful. The really sad part is social media allows all the stupid people to find each other and reinforce their own stupidity. Because bad hygiene causes obesity. And I'm sure there's probably a group of people out there who believe bad hygiene causes obesity. Does obesity cause bad hygiene? Abso-fucking-lutely. It can. Let me say it this way. If obesity is going to affect hygiene, it is only going to affect it negatively. In 1845, if you also believed the earth was actually a giant pumpkin that we lived in, or you just died of cholera, and no one was wiser to the pumpkin between your ears. Now those people can find each other and convert more. Yes. 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 Those people should have been swallowed at conception. And there are people on this planet that we have to offer the freedom of speech to. There are people that sue TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Google for violation of their freedom of speech. To be frank, we're kind of doing the same thing here. It's reinforcing opinions that people will agree with us. Fuck no, we're not doing that here. We are not doing that here. Because when I am wrong, people correct me when I'm wrong. And when people are wrong, I correct them. We're not building an echo chamber here. If we were building an echo chamber here, honest to God, there are times where people have said to me, Jay, just be middle of the road. Don't be confrontational. Grow your numbers. Grow your membership. Make more money. I don't want to feel dirty when I finish the show. If I can only have 26 viewers, I'm only going to have 26 viewers. Yeah, I would have banned the shit out of Magnus if it was an echo chamber. I would have banned that dumb fuck rad dude if it was an echo chamber. I don't want an echo chamber. Steven Sharif at Intrepid Studios, he wants an echo chamber. He thinks cynicism is the easy path. Look, man, being a professional cynic is hard because being good at being a cynic means I bring the receipts. Guy talks a lot of shit for a guy that talks a lot of shit. I'm disheartened at what happened in the MMORPG industry, and it's sad and all this bullshit. It's like, dude, you do all those things. A lot of the times they don't even understand that they're just burying themselves financially. A family member of mine was complaining about her money situation, and I know for a fact she has like 8 different streaming service. Like, lady, like, I'll give you a great example because it starts with your own personal examples. I agreed to help my daughter out in August, September, October, November, December to the tune of $500 a month. And then all of a sudden, she needed $900 to clear a bill. And then all of a sudden she needed more. And last night I was righteously pissed off because I told my daughter to talk to her boyfriend when he got home so I could know if there was a truck available that he could borrow from his job to bring the furniture here. My watch automatically goes on to do not disturb at 10 o'clock. I'm normally in bed at 10. I had a rough night last night. Couldn't sleep, the pain was too bad. I happened to be up at 11. Then my daughter texted me, I'm so sorry. Look, I'm having to write another check for close to $2,000 to help you out of the hole you're in. At some point, it's probably easier if her and her boyfriend are in a fucking hole in the ground. I've thrown you a ladder. I've thrown you scaffolding. I've thrown you a shovel so you can dig your way out. At some point, the logical thing to do, the non-emotional thing to do, is to just back the cement truck up to this hole, fill it up with cement with them in it. At some fucking point, man, the logical financial thing to do is fucking, hey, I built a new parking lot. Well, where's your daughter? I don't know. Can anybody explain the $40 billion to Argentina thing? Yeah, $40 billion, it's actually closer to $80 billion going to Argentina to stabilize their economy. Keeping in mind that it would only cost $150 billion to feed all the people on SNAP. The United States can't afford for basically, the United States tries to prop up governments we're friendly with so China and Russia doesn't do it, and then starts to have influence on those countries. We don't want those countries to have influence in the Western Hemisphere. It's 144.9 billion. Yeah, your buddies whose family owns a cattle ranch is pissed about that. This may be the thing that gets them off the Trump train. Yeah. It's not nothing, okay? It's not. When people say the 150 billion isn't nothing, let's do 150 billion divided by 4250. It's about 3.5% of the federal budget. It's about 3.5%. The problem is, Karthos and I disagree on a lot of policies, but the one thing Karthos and I agree with is, if you're on federal health care, Medicare, Medicaid, TRICARE, VA, and you're obese, if you're not actively working on your obesity, anything that's not life-saving required, you shouldn't be allowed to get. If you're suffering from obesity, we spend over well, hold on. Let me check my numbers here. I want to make sure I get the right number. We spend somewhere between 173 to $260 billion on the additional medical costs due to obesity. When you expand obesity out by just one concentric circle, we spend $1.4 trillion annually when you factor in all the indirect costs medically of obesity. 1.4 trillion. Now, I am not trying to be mean and I am not trying to be insensitive. As a guy that struggles with my weight, I'm not trying to be insensitive. But if I can lose weight, you can lose weight too. Some of you remember a couple of years ago when I was the version of me that ate this version of me. I used to fill up more of the screen. I was wider. Who's going to teach them how to lose weight? I'm glad you asked. They should have to go to the hospital. They should have to go to the gym. They should have to go to PT monitored by medical technicians. Build a big fucking indoor track. Put weightlifting equipment. Their low insurance doesn't cover diet. What the fuck are you talking about? Medicare does. Medicaid does. The VA does. TRICARE does. Medicaid may, and if it doesn't, we control Medicaid. I'm talking about, yes, Medicare covers fucking dietitians. The only one that I'm iffy about is Medicaid, and if Medicaid doesn't, we just add it on. And it's not just about dietitians. Build a big fucking indoor track. Build a 12 fucking lane, 3-mile circular track. Put weightlifting equipment in the middle of it. What if we put them on treadmills that generate power for society? I was thinking more like a 3-mile loop track around some of these complexes. 1-mile loop track. Half-mile loop track, whatever we can fit. And then get the Japanese floor in there that as they walk on it, it generates power. Hey, thanks for being here today. Here's your watch. Put it on. The watch tracks all your stats. Your watch is preset for 60 minutes. If you teach them how to shop, how to eat, and give... Right. Teach them how to shop. Well, not how to shop, but teach them what to buy, how to eat, how to cook. Yeah, my town is fueled by chonk energy. You're right. But we have become a society. I want people to recognize I want you guys to recognize something. And this is a joke that I tell, right? This is a joke that I tell so that people can to rationalize this. Everybody knows America's favorite dad, right? Everybody knows America's favorite cartoon dad. Everybody knows this guy. Everybody knows this motherfucker, right? We all know him. We all know him, right? I want to remind you guys of something. Back in 1995, Homer was considered obese. And this is what Holmes weighed. Now he weighs 260. We're at, and now Homer is, they've made Homer approaching 300. The problem here is we've socially accepted obesity. It's not something to ostracize. Big is beautiful. No, big is fat. Dennis Leary in the 90s was already combating this with comedy. I'm big boned. You're big assed. Dinosaurs are big boned. You'll drive by McDonald's and see the Michelin Man and his wife, the Hindenburg, roll out the door with multiple bags, 2 kids and 8 chins. Right. Yeah. Junk food is cheaper than veggies. I told you the other day. I showed you those absolutely shitty meals. This meal is absolutely fucking terrible for you by the macros. Yeah, you can totally wipe out a 10-mile run with one meal. Shit, man. You can wipe out a 10-mile run with one Powerade. Do you know anything about Humana paying for veterans healthcare, also paying the veteran and the spouse $150 a month to do so? I have no idea about Humana paying for veterans healthcare. I have TriWest. Ow. You're talking about Medicare Advantage. Humana Medicare Advantage? Oh, yeah, you're talking about Humana won the TRICARE East region. So yeah, Humana administers TRICARE East now. Why do you include vitamin D on the list? Because some things are required to list it. I don't know. The USDA determines what needs to be on that label. Let me bring this up real quick. So we'll do a 10-minute mile. Okay, so a 10-minute mile, 10 miles. Ow, stop. 10-minute mile, 10 miles. Right? That's only 1,355 extra calories burned. Because the other calories are your basic metabolism. You would have burned those calories doing nothing. Those are your basal metabolic rate is I burn this many calories a day just by being a meat sack. That's 1,355 calories. And so 1,300 calories. Quarter pounder with cheese meal. 1,100 calories. You just ran 10 miles. You just spent an hour and 40 minutes running 10 miles. So that you can eat a quarter pounder with cheese. And not only is it that, but they're the macros. Only 35 grams of protein and 155 grams of carbs. 41 grams of total fat. Now, why does that matter? Because a quarter pounder with cheese is going to spike your blood sugar. It's got 80 grams of sugar and it's got 155 grams of carbs. So what's going to happen is your body is going to be running on sugar. Then your body is going to have all this protein and all this fat that it could digest for more energy. But what you've done is you've made your body lazy. So here's your... That's done wrong. Here's your carb and sugar energy source. And here is your protein and fat energy source. And the problem is, when you get right here, your body has more than enough energy still coming in from the secondary source. Takes your body several hours to swap from burning sugar to burning fat protein. But right here, that's when you're going to start craving. That's why they tell you when you start craving food, if you're on a diet, don't eat as soon as you get hungry. Don't eat as soon as you get hungry. Drink water. Because some of it is going to help water consumption. Humans are most humans are dehydrated all the time. A little bit of water is going to help curb some of the craving. If you get like a lightly sugared drink, and I mean lightly sugared, I mean like the T-Mix packets that have 10 calories. That's going to help because your tongue is going to tell your body sugar's on the way, and your stomach is like, great, I'll stop grumbling because your tongue tastes the sugar and says sugar's on the way. And then 30 minutes later, your stomach is like, hey, asshole, where's that sugar you promised me? So you take another sip of your lightly sugared drink, and the stomach is easy to fool. Carthos is absolutely right. But that's where I said, like, I made the joke the other day. I used to run 10 miles a day, 7 to 10 miles a day. I used to run the whole perimeter fence so that I could leave, I could get my run in, but I was still technically on station. I had a BlackBerry on me. There were a lot of times the gator, I told the guys which way I was going. If I was going clockwise or counterclockwise, I just leave it on my board, CW, CCW. A lot of times the gator would just catch up to me on the base perimeter, and I knew to jump in, and they were going to take me to wherever I needed to go. But I would run, I would burn 1,300, 1,500 calories, and then people would see me, and I'd be drinking a soda, a 2-liter of Dr. P, drinking it like a 20-ounce bottle. And my boss would be like, the hell is that? I was like, I'm motivated by Dr. Pepper and bad decisions. He's like, you're gonna get fat that way. Why the fuck do you think I run 10 miles a day? I run 10 miles so I can drink the fucking Dr. P. Leave me the fuck alone. But yeah, switch to a protein diet. I'm not saying go full caveman, because that's hard. Switch to a protein diet. Like this morning, I knew that I might need energy throughout the day, so I didn't have a shake this morning. I had 2 eggs, 2 fried eggs, 3 pieces of bacon, and a yogurt. Almost no carbs. I feel great. I feel good. I feel solid. After the show, I saved my carbs for a homemade burger and fries. Baked fries instead of deep fried fries. Get rid of all that fucking bullshit oil. Getting out of obesity isn't hard. Now, I don't know if and I don't care either way. I don't know if my wife is buying pre-made burgers or if my wife is buying ground beef and I'm making them. I have a hamburger press. It was like $5. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Burger and fries might be on the menu. Yeah. But see, this is where a lot of people don't see the issue, right? This is the piece they're not seeing. A lot of people are like, why can't poor people just buy food and prepare it? Well, because they're time poor. They're money poor. Now, some of this is their own bad decisions. So, some of this is their own bad decisions. Without giving any names out, there's family friends that I have that the daughter wanted to have a baby since she was like 15 years old. Now, I'm going to be completely honest with you. One of my kids started to have baby fever in her teenage years, and I talked to her about that, and I basically said, that shit ain't happening. I said, I'm just going to let you know what your life will look like if you decide to have baby fever at 16 years old. And I said, you will either make the choice to drop out of high school or you will go to high school. When you go to high school, the baby will be taken care of. You will have 15 minutes to get to school, and you will have 15 minutes to get home from school. There will be no clubs, there will be no teams, there will be no associations, there will be no activities, because your activity is at home waiting for you. There will be no yearbook, there will be no newspaper, there will be no sports, there will be no, I want to go to the football game. There won't be any of that shit. There will be a 15-minute window allotted in the morning for you to walk to school, and a 15-minute window allotted after school for you to walk home. You will be asked when you get home, do you have homework? If you say yes, you will sit at the kitchen table and you will do your homework. And when you're done with your homework, here's your child. And that solved baby fever real quick. We as a society are becoming far too tolerant of bullshit. And somebody started this mantra of we listen and we don't judge. Don't lump me in with that cocksucking bullshit. We listen and we don't judge. What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, we do listen. And yes, we do judge. Yes, the fuck we do listen. Yes, the fuck we do judge. Speaking of bullshit, did you see the Agriculture Secretary come out and say, America, the U.S. government has failed you, we failed you? And Mike Johnson jumped in and says, and by we, she means we the Democrats. So Mike Johnson changing parties? Yeah. The government fails people regardless of the bipartisan politics. Yeah, Karthos wrote something on my Discord, and I'm going to share it because I'm just going to share a part of it. I'll share a cut of this because it's so spot on for all of politics. Cynic was an interesting choice because it's obvious Steven doesn't know what the word means. He's using it as the often incorrect colloquial misconception that it's someone who's just negative or pessimistic. Plenty of Bible scholars claim Jesus was a cynic because being a cynic is about bucking conformity. It's about understanding that people have self-interest. And by realizing that humans are drawn to things that benefit them, you can strip that away to be open to seeing the full picture. Traditionally, cynicism was a rejection of following what was popular, instead following what makes sense. To basically call someone out when they make a mistake to keep people honest. Cynics are basically the watchdog for ethics. This is what you can't teach people. This is why some people are so fucking rock stupid. And it's even sadder. Sorry, I'm getting news about this move. Cynicism. Jesus was a cynic. Jesus challenged the status quo of the Jewish teachings. So much so that Jesus's followers were convinced to not be Jewish anymore, and instead to be followers of a new, and this is going to hurt some people's souls here, but we got to say it how it is. Jesus did not form Christianity because Jesus couldn't have been the first Christian, because he was Christ, and Christian is follower of Christ. Jesus didn't come out to create a new religion. Jesus came out to create, ultimately, a reformation of Judaism. And his followers took it a step further. If you call somebody a cynic because they are critical of you, you've just paid that person a compliment. If I'm cynical towards Donald Trump, but I say so remember, according to Stephen, being Jesus is easy, and the right thing to do is to be the Romans that killed Jesus, even when people might tell you not to. I'm critical of Donald Trump. I have a cynical view of Donald Trump's policies. You read the Bible as mostly myth. The Old Testament, yes. The New Testament, not so much. I wouldn't read the New Testament as myth. I would read the New Testament as flawed journalism, but journalism nonetheless. You can interpret some of the miracles how you might want to. But if you strip away the mysticism and you leave just the journalism, there's a lot of good journalism there. And if you want to hear more about that, there's a wonderful speaker. His name is Lee Strobel. And it's his audio his presentation is called Faith on Trial. Very, very strong presentation. Right now, MAGA doesn't like when anybody challenges Donald Trump. Look, man, I am going to challenge Donald Trump on 9 out of 10 things, because 9 out of 10 things he does are fucking stupid. 9 out of 10 things that Donald Trump does are fucking stupid. 1 out of 10 makes sense. But the bad part is 10 out of 10 things that he's doing, he told you he was gonna fucking do, and you still voted for him. I didn't vote for him. He's still my president, because I'm not one of these people that does that shit, not my president. He's my fucking president. I don't like him. He's still my fucking president. I'm sure there's some Secret Service members on his personal protective detail that are thinking to themselves, I'm not taking a bullet for this jackass. I would hope they'd quit if they felt that way. That's the job. I don't want to take a bullet for this guy. Then quit. Because your job is to take a bullet for him. I don't like the fact that if you want to change things, you need to start with I statements. Like Mike Johnson coming out and saying, and by we, she means we the Democrats. I statements. I, as the Speaker of the House, have made a decision to not bring the House back. I, as the Speaker of the House, am personally responsible for the fuckery going on in Congress right now. Because generally what would have happened after 2 votes is the members of the Senate would have gotten together with the members of the House and tried to make some changes to the funding bill so that it could move forward. But with the House not in session, I keep hearing this bullshit where the Senate is like, We're having a lot of talks and a lot of fruitful conversation. The fuck does it matter? You can't change the fucking bill. Mike Johnson has literally said, I will not reconvene the House. We passed a funding bill. You can vote that up or you can vote that down, but until you vote it up, I'm not bringing the House back. And unfortunately, there ain't a damn thing anybody can do to force him to reopen the House. There is not a damn thing that anybody can do. There's not even like a loophole in the Constitution. Because Mike Johnson is the elected speaker, he can keep the House out of session. The only way to remove him is you have to have to remove this Speaker of the House. The House has to be in session. Number one, any representative could move to motion to vacate. You can't motion to vacate if the House isn't in session. You could move to expel Mike Johnson from the House. It wouldn't pass, but the House has to be in session. There is nothing like, and I've gone through the Constitution, I've gone through the parliamentarian process of the House. The House is in recess. One person can bring the House back into session. And the only way for the House to come back in session, if Mike Johnson doesn't want to bring the House into session, is Mike Johnson has to die. Because then the position would be vacated, which automatically reconvenes the House for the purposes of appointing a Speaker of the House. How the fuck are we at a stage where our government, one man can hold half of the legislature hostage? And I don't think the Senate is in session today. I don't think they're in session. I think they're off today. There are no committee hearings scheduled, and the last meeting was October 30th. So the Senate basically fucked off today for the weekend. They don't give a shit that the government shut down. How is this our fucking world right now? 42 million people about to not have... Now, granted, of those 42 million people, some of them don't need to be on Snap. Oh, and I'm just seeing this now. What is this? No, they can't motion because the House isn't in session. I'm gonna put this up and we're gonna dig into this. I'm just seeing this now. We're gonna find out about what this judge ruled. Okay, I don't understand how a judge can rule that the president has to fund something while the government is shut down. 2 federal judges ruled the Trump administration must tap into billions of dollars in emergency funds to at least partially cover food stamp benefits. Government employees How does this work? Two federal judges said they must tap into billions of dollars. There's no doubt that the $6 billion contingency funds are appropriated funds that are without a doubt necessary to carry out the program's operation. The shutdown of the government through funding doesn't do away with SNAP, it just does away with the funding of it. But the $6 billion contingency funds need to cover a lot of things. What the fuck are they? What the fuck are they on about? I think that fund is what pays for... No, the judge can't actually make it happen. Oh, it is. Yeah, the department. Okay, that is a specific contingency reserve for SNAP. There was $3 billion remaining from 2024 plus additional funds. Yeah, so that I needed to look up what that money was specifically. That is a earmarked USDA contingency reserve for SNAP. So yes, it is specifically for SNAP. The USDA memo says SNAP contingency funds are only available to supplement regular monthly benefits when the amounts have been appropriated for but are insufficient to cover. The contingency fund is not available to support FY 2026 benefits because the appropriation for regular benefits no longer exists. I don't see the USDA paying for it. And this is something you need to... I want to show you an example of the dumb fuckery that happens in the federal budget. So I'm going to show you a real world example of something that happened. I'm going to keep the dates for the next 3 years so that nobody can go back and try to find this project. So we're in FY 26 right now. For those of you that aren't in America, the federal government in America transfers fiscal years on October 1st. Why? Because fuck you, that's why. So I have a 3-year construction project. It's going to be a 3-year construction project. I know it's going to be a 3-year construction project, and I know that the project's going to cost $100 million. Now, in the business world, you would create an account with $100 million in it. And then over the next 3 years, you would spend out of that account because you would do a lot of things in the first year to lock in prices. Not with the federal government, you don't. The federal government says to me, you are allotted a total of $100 million. And I say, got it. And in the first year, you're going to do site prep, foundation pour. I would really like to procure all of the materials so that I could lock them in on FY26 rate. No. Then you understand in the end, I'm going to need more than $100 million. You can't have it. Then I can't do the project. You have to do the project. Oh, let me just bend over the table and get ready to take it up the ass on this one. Okay, so they give me $29 million in my first year because that's what I need for site prep, tampering, foundation, and like foundation dig out, concrete pour. And then I'm ahead of schedule. I could start building this fiscal year. It was a nice spring. It was dry. It was sunny. I got the concrete poured. The concrete is cured. I don't have the fucking steel. I have a crew ready to go. On October 1st of the next fiscal year, they dump me $50 million. I send a potential shortfall letter in to say my $50 million that you've given me this year doesn't cover my costs now because the cost of steel has varied, copper has varied, concrete has varied, and they say tough shit. So now I've used 79 million out of 100 million. And we go through the process, and we're approaching October 1st of the final year, where I'm supposed to get $21 million to finish the project. And because the fucking budget is 39 miles long, somebody has taken this $21 million and allocated it for something over there. Now FY28 starts, and they give me $0. So I send in a memo. And now I send in an actual shortfall. Guys, I'm out here at this fucking site, and I don't have money to pay the people that are actively working. I have a thumb up my ass. Well, your project doesn't, your line of accounting doesn't exist. My line of accounting has $21 million left on it. No, we took that because you didn't need it. When the fuck did I say I didn't need it? Oh, somebody did a force override. I need you to go in and I need you to reach into their asshole and I need you to pull back my $21 million. Well, you're a captain and the person who pulled it is a lieutenant colonel. All right, find me a lieutenant's project or several lieutenant's projects that I can fucking steal from and get me my $21 million. By the way, my $21 million is really $27 million because you fucked me last year and you fucked me this year. Welcome to government financing. That's how it works. Last year, they had $3 billion too much. So that goes over, in this case, it doesn't happen in all cases. In this case, the USDA takes this overage and they put it into a bank account. And then they have another 3 billion. And so they're sitting on 6 billion. And so this is line 1, and this is 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, and this is supposed to be $250. We're going to make all these $250. Except this person died, which is where they get the extra money from. We projected this much money, a bunch of people died, a bunch of people got jobs, a bunch of people became ineligible. That's how the 3 billion exists. Okay. The problem is line number 1 is no longer line number 1. This was FY25 line 1. FY26, there are no lines because there is no budget. The judge is saying you have to pay that, and the USDA is saying I can't pay it because I can only pay things that are approved. I can only pay what Congress tells me I can. This is why our government is so fucked, because everything has to come from the federal budget. We should not be operating on an idea, mother may I need an amount of money that I don't know, so let's say 6 billion. Mother may I don't know how much it's going to take to run my project, so can I please have 150 billion? It should work the other way. It should work as in, we're going to hold all the money and we're going to give you permission to spend 145 billion of it. You plan out your whole year based on 145 billion. The first month, let's do 145 divided by 12, which is exactly 12.08. The first month you spend 12.08. The second month you spend 12.08. The third month you spend 11.9. And the bookkeeper says you spent less than you should have. Yep. But then the next month you spend 12.1. The bookkeeper says you spent more than you were supposed to, but realigned, you're okay. Simple project management. You're right, simple project management. It's like Karthos and I will talk about this all the time. People are freaking out because they believe Social Security, including our own Congress people, Social Security people keep saying I gotta send a message. Social Security is not going to run out of money in 2034. Social Security's plus up fund for the baby boomers who didn't work long enough to contribute all the money they should have is going to evaporate by 2034. The trust is healthy. If in 10 years all these damn baby boomers aren't dead, we might be in trouble. But they're dropping off like flies now. No, not all of them. Not all of them. We're talking about the oldest baby boomers and the silent generation and the oldest baby boomers. The young baby boomers have paid in their fair share into Social Security. Our government is too fucking dumb to balance its own checkbook. When the government overspends by $2 trillion, they call it running a deficit. When you overspend by $2, your bank calls it an overdraft and charges you $45. We should be operating, and I know this is going to make some of you accounting people cringe, we should be operating on a cash basis. We should be operating on a cash basis. Do we have $90 billion sitting around? Yes. Argentina needs 80. Okay. What are they going to pay us back? That's how we should be operating. We shouldn't be taking money out of the mouths of Americans to give Argentina money. We should only ever do foreign relations with whatever money's left. But no, that's too complicated. That's too complicated. We can't do that. Let's see. Oh shit, this is a big one. The Pentagon has cleared giving Ukraine long-range Tomahawk missiles, leaving the final decision to Trump. The Pentagon has given the White House the green light to provide Ukraine with long-range Tomahawk missiles after assessing it would not negatively impact U.S. stockpiles, leaving the final political decision of President Donald Trump. Trump said this month that he would rather not provide the missiles because we don't want to be giving away things we need to protect our country. Tomahawks have an effective range of 1,000 miles. The assessment, Boyd, I hate that word. Fuck. There's too many fucking vowels in a row there. Who believe the U.S. has fewer excuses not to provide the missiles. Shit, that's going to change the impact of the war. I got to step out real quick. I got to check something and then I will grab your question. What does the U.S. government do with the fines? Do they go as part of the budget? Okay, so it depends on, and here's where the problem becomes in. It depends on who collects what fine. So, for example, you've got the Federal Reserve. And when the Federal Reserve fines a bank or a banking institution, then that money... Okay, so this gets really complicated. It's the Federal Reserve isn't the federal anything. It's just called the Federal Reserve. It collects money to pay its own dividends, to pay its own fees, to pay its own operating costs. And then it takes fines and penalties, pays its own bills with it, and then transfers the rest to the Treasury. As long as there's not compensation to be paid to anybody, like I think Wells Fargo a couple of years ago, they had to pay X billions of dollars, and then a certain amount of that money went to the Wells Fargo account holders who had been negatively impacted. The rest went into the general revenue pool. If the Department of Justice or the SEC fine people, most of that'll go to the general fund, unless Congress says that either your fines altogether or fines in this case go to a special group. Like, for example, I don't know if the Department of Justice has finished it yet or if they're thinking about it, because the Epstein case thing makes me want to vomit. There was talk about Congress creating a victim of Epstein fund, so that any money that in future prosecutions is connected to Epstein, money that those people are fined will go into a fund that will pay the Epstein victims. There's also the SEC fund, which is the Investors Protection Fund. So when the SEC fines people, if the Investor Protection Fund isn't fully funded, they fund that, and then the overflow goes to the Treasury Fund. The problem here is that because we run on an appropriated government, and we go into debt and we raise the debt ceiling in order to pass the big beautiful bill, we went $2 trillion into debt. The big beautiful bill runs us at a $2 trillion deficit. But we've already taken the loan to cover that. So when money comes in from the general fund, it would make goddamn sense to just put it and pay down the interest on the national debt. But Bernie Sanders and the Democrats always want to spend it on social reform. Well, as I said, I want to see the national debt paid down, because then we can lower everybody's taxes. And if we lower everybody's taxes, we can get the boot off people's backs. And if we can get the boot off people's backs, people will be in better shape. Imagine if I could lower your taxes by 19%. Right now, 18 to 19 cents out of every dollar goes to pay the interest on the national debt. It was 13 cents until October 1st. Imagine if I could cut your tax bill by 20%. How many people would be better off? Yeah, the deficit needs to be dealt with first, helps everything. But as you can see here, this is what has to actually happen first. What actually has to happen first is we need to stop wasting money, We need to balance the budget. And only with a balanced budget should we be ever talking about raising taxes. We need to figure out, what are we paying for? And why are we paying for it? I think the idea of Doge is a great idea. I think the concept of Doge is great. I think Elon Musk was the wrong person to be in charge of it, because Elon Musk is a person that doesn't get told no. Yeah, and don't up the debt ceiling. Right. Simply don't raise the debt ceiling anymore. If we don't have enough money to do it, then we don't do it. We cancel something else. It's like, when I tell my family, we have this much money for vacations, and I never tell my family to pick a vacation because they don't know how to fucking budget. I tell my family, we have this much money on vacations. This is how much Disney costs. This is how much Universal costs. This is how much SeaWorld costs. This is much how Branson, Missouri costs. This is how much, whatever. I put them all up there. And my family looks at it and they said, well, we don't have enough money to go to Disney. You're right, we don't. If you want to go to Disney, we can't do anything this year because that budget needs to roll over another year. Well, what if we do like Universal and we save the rest? Cool, let's do that. What if we don't do anything this year and we see where we're at next year? Cool, let's do that. Doge is like buying a margarita machine. Sounds great, in theory it will be awesome, but when it shows up and starts working, you realize you just bought an expensive blender that's shittier at a job than someone that's already tried and true. I disagree with you, Karthos, and here's why I disagree with you. I know where you're going with this, right? I know where you're going with it. The next step to that is you should just tell all the departments, you should tell every branch of the executive, every office of the executive branch, we're cutting your budget by 20%. I want you to cut all the fat. I don't want you to cut any muscle, but I want you to cut all the fat. And the problem is that if it was run by good bureaucrats, again, bureaucrat is one of those political colloquialisms that makes you think that the word bureaucrat is a bad word. It's not. The word bureaucrat's not a bad word. It's just the word ignorant. It's like the word ignorant. You call somebody a bureaucrat, you're basically being derogatory, but the truth is, we need good bureaucrats. I want to do a site visit. Where? Vegas. You know, the facility in Vegas has been site visited every year by every team. Why don't you site visit Oregon in January? Fuck that. I don't want to go to Oregon in January. I want to go to Vegas and see big titty strippers on my off time. Well, yeah, that's we need a bureaucrat that's like, nope, Vegas has been audited. These are all the other places left to audit. Now, I don't give a shit if you choose to go to Orlando, right? You disagree with the metaphor, or that Doge has been an expensive waste, that it's ineffective? Doge on paper is a great idea. Doge is when I say to your office, cut your budget by 20%, you come back to me and you say, hey, at 9%, I'm cutting muscle. And because I've said unilaterally, everybody needs to cut 20%. Now, that's when you have you have trained people in Doge that go to your organization and they sit down with you and they say, okay, your budget was 100 million. Your budget was 100 million. We told you to cut 20% because we gave everybody a 20% unilateral. You're saying you can't get down to 80 million. You're saying at 91 million, this is the pain threshold. Then Doge should come in and Doge should look at it and say, walk me through your expenses now. And then as you're going through the expenses, Doge can say, hold up a second. Why do you have 21 subscriptions to the Wall Street Journal? Well, we need them. Great. Walk me through the need for 21 subscriptions to the Wall Street Journal. And that's when the bureaucrat can say, well, we have 21 regional offices and we have subscriptions to five financial news because we're the Office of Financial News Integrity Management, whatever the fuck the reason is. I'm not saying you can't have it. And then that's when the person says, oh, okay, 21 subscriptions to the Wall Street Journal makes a lot of sense. You have 21 geographical locations. You guys get a hard copy of 5 periodicals. Makes sense. Next line. And then that's when you're getting down to the hey, what's this line here? We're spending $15,000 a month on K-Cups. Well, there's 15,000. I'm putting that over because you didn't cut it. I'm cutting it. I like the idea of Doge for finding some things because I think it works. I agree with you. It would work a lot fucking better if you said to all the departments, cut your shit by 20%. And then I think Doge goes in when you say I can only cut 9 or I can only cut 11, and they're going to go in and they're going to vet that. They're also going to go and vet all the places who cut exactly 20. You cut exactly 20. Yeah, let's go through your books. The guy that comes back and has cut 27% of the budget, I don't need to go audit him. He cut 27% of his own budget. I shit you not, guys. I'm not making this shit up. Well, Doge already existed. If you're not aware of this, Doge already existed. It just got renamed to Doge. Doge, I believe, was created it was the USDS, the United States Digital Service. Yeah, it was under Doge was just the US Digital Service Office that got rebranded. We were already doing it, and you're right. We have the Government Accountability Office. How many times can they keep raising the debt ceiling? Indefinitely. They can do it forever. Yeah, it was the former organization Obama made to help people navigate government websites like Obamacare. Right. Yeah, when you have these blanket statements of, I agree that able-bodied adults should work 80 hours a month to qualify for food stamps. The problem is, what if there's not 80 hours of work a month for you to do? So the next statement people will say is, well, then they should move from where there's work. So you want them to move from where they're living, then you can take part in volunteering, part in your community. Okay? How does that help? And I'm being honest. I'll tell you right now. Not all volunteering actually benefits the community. It's great to have this big idea concept. Here, I'll give you a better one. If you're able helps, no, bullshit. That's a fucking bullshit statement. If you're able-bodied and you're able to work 80 hours a month, you shouldn't be fucking getting government subsidies. The government should find you a job. We had a president that tried to do this, and it was declared unconstitutional. We've already had this discussion in the past. We've already had Supreme Court rulings on this. If you're able-bodied, you should be fucking working. And here's where the problem comes in. People are like, you should be working 80 hours a month. Okay. How many people then, how rare is it that somebody can work 80 hours a month and not 160 hours a month? It becomes rarer and rarer. It's not a linear line. The ability to work isn't a line like this, where these people over here, 1% can work 0 and 100 can work 160 hours a month. No, it's not. 80 hours is easy to work a month. No, the fuck it's not. You know how many hours a month I could work outside of my house? Zero. Listen to what I'm saying. I look able-bodied. I cannot work outside of my house. I am a recluse. I have PTSD over rage. I can't go engage with stupid people anymore. I don't leave my house for fun, though. I leave my house a couple of times a year. I'm not out there generally bebopping. I use disability services where I go. You're saying, don't they have jobs like telemarketing? Listen to what the fuck words are coming out of my mouth. I can't engage with people in a verbal go back and forth because I will be fired within 3 hours. Because I can't deal with people. This idea that we're just going to paintbrush, everybody needs to work 80 hours a week to eat, is a bullshit statement that's a one-size-fits-none. If you are able-bodied enough to have a job, you shouldn't get food stamps at all. Hey, dumb fuck. I can't change the way I react to people. It's why the fuck I'm disabled. Explain to me in all your fucking wisdom who has the magic fucking wand that deprograms my PTSD. And I want you to notice, dealing with people like you triggers my being in a, no, I have PTSD. I can't engage with stupid people. I can't engage with people who don't see not every able-bodied appearing person is actually able-bodied. I can't deal with people who think you can boil down a problem to a simple statement of they should have to work 80 hours a week or 80 hours a month to get their food stamps. How do I get PTSD from dealing with stupid people? I have PTSD from being in the military. I served in the military. I have PTSD from that. So, saying as a carte blanche, everybody needs to work 80 hours a month in order to get their food stamps is a stupid fucking position to start from. If they can work 80 hours a month, why do you say they can work 80 hours a month and not 160? Because according to disability, if you're able to work 80 hours a month, you will have over-earned what your disability pays you. It's really easy to say this is how it needs to be without having any empirical data behind it. So, if you were to work 80 hours a month in a state with a $15 an hour minimum wage, you would no longer be able to collect Social Security disability because you would have exceeded the maximum threshold. So now, you're saying, I want you to work 80 hours a month in order to get your food stamps. But now you've just gotten rid of your Social Security disability, so now you have to work 160 hours a month. Because disability isn't linear. You're assuming that somebody can work half the time. Right? So how did you get to this magic number 80 hours? And then your response was, what if there's no jobs, was to do community service. Well, who administers the community service? You just created a job because there were no jobs. Who pays for that? Because you have to have a coordinator to coordinate all the people coming in to do community service. You have to have somebody that can report to the federal government that this person did their 80 hours this month and this person didn't. What are your exceptions? What is your operating procedure? What is your policy? Is leaving your house and going to an in-person doctor's appointment that takes 6 hours? Do you get credit for the 6 hours of your community service because you were out of your house? And some people would say, well, yeah, because you weren't just sitting around. And other people would say, well, no, because you were doing something for yourself. So now that person has 2 medical appointments that week. Each one takes them approximately 6 hours. So that's 12 hours out of their week. Treating people and reacting to it is something you control. No, it's not, you dumb fuck. Do you know why it is called post-traumatic stress disorder? Because literally it means you can't control your responses to people. That's why it is a motherfucking disorder. And I probably have more books in this room about disorders than you've ever read. And you can't say, well, now you're arguing from the expert opinion fallacy because you're talking down to me. It's not talking down to you when it's easy to see you haven't studied any psychology because of how you speak, saying people can just get over it. Telling people with PTSD or anxiety or depression or violent tendencies to, quote, just get over it or, quote, just change is like telling a person with a broken leg to just, quote, walk it off. It demonstrates a complete and total lack of anything that looks like understanding of the psyche and of mental health disorders. Now, it's funny that you can say everybody should just work 80 hours a month, but you have absolutely no idea what to do with the next 10 words. Yeah, 6 foot. 6 foot. The power of asshole compels you. Not only do I cure you of your PTSD, I bring up the other hand and I cure you of your autism. That'll be 1995. No, Karthos, he falls into exactly the thing that we talked about earlier, where social media allows pumpkin brain motherfuckers to run around and find other pumpkin brain motherfuckers, but then they run into people like me who have more than 10 words, and they've never, like, these people have never had a thought. Shit, I want everybody to work 80 hours. But what if there's no jobs? Then they can volunteer. So who's gonna run the volunteer program? Because that's like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 people. So now, ChatGPT said PTSD is controllable and treatable. It just takes time and effort. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, I knew that was coming along. Yeah, why would you show your ass like that? Yes, PTSD is treatable. PTSD is controllable. Is it not? Do you not put in effort and time and control? Yeah, I go to fucking therapy every week and I take medication so that I don't kill people. Does this dumb motherfucker not get it? I was put out of the military because they were afraid to arm me. I have PTSD, you dumb fucking truck. I go to my fucking treatments. I did EMDR. I do my blogging. I do my 1-2-3s. I do my CBT. I do all that shit. And at the end of the day, my therapist agrees with me. My therapist agrees that I need to stay away from stupid people, which literally means I need to stay my ass in my house most of the time. I'm not kidding. When I go to the grocery store, I go to a grocery store in a small ass town of less than 10,000 people. I will have workers at the store. When people approach me and try to talk to me, workers in the store will immediately say, "Sir, I can help you." Like if a guy is walking towards me, like the one girl will be like, "Sir, I can help you." And they're kind of like, you don't want to talk to him. He's one of our special customers. Like he gets to come in during fucking early hours. You're not even supposed to be in here yet. You followed him in. Like, you know that 7 o'clock, and I'm not joking. I'm not being humorous. You know that 7 o'clock hour that some grocery stores have for the old people? All the old people know me and love me because I can reach the top shelf. I'm allowed in during the old people hour because I'm disabled. No, my shopping cart does not have one of those flags on the pole. No, I wish it did. But then again, I don't usually use a cart at the small market. I use a basket. Your PTSD is treatable and controllable. You go to therapy every week, 16 pills a day. Now I'm capable of walking away from a social interaction without beating one motherfucker with another motherfucker. Yeah. Like, and you know what's gotten really, really, really bad about our society? And I wanted to ask this question, and I'll ask it, and then I gotta go cook hamburgers. When the fuck did it become okay in our society to touch strangers? When the fuck did that happen? When did that happen? When did the fucking touching people become this commonplace thing? Like, don't keep your, like, I remember the kindergarten lecture, fucking goddamn, 40 years ago. I remember my first day of kindergarten. I wasn't even 6 years old yet. And it makes me laugh because it sounds like the guy from Con Air. Welcome to kindergarten. This isn't preschool. Keep your volume down and keep your hands to yourself. Now, everybody, come into the classroom. Her name was Sister Margaret. There's a lot of Sister Margarets in the Archdiocese of Chicago. Her name was Sister Margaret. Sister Marilyn Margaret. Yeah, when they stopped letting us pop a motherfucker in the mouth. Carthos has never bothered to check, but he feels most comfortable in conflict. Yeah. Con Air would be a movie I could get behind a sequel of. Carthos and I had a radical difference of opinion the other day. Carthos says every day that the government is shut down, the first day the government is shut down, we arrest one politician at random on a lottery. The next day 2, the next day 4, the next day 8, the next day 16, until the quorum is low enough that they can get past whatever they need to get past. And I thought that was a good idea. But I'd like to go a step further, and I think every day that the government is shut down, we should just kill a congressman until we're out of them. I don't want to put him in jail. I just want to fucking, here comes the lottery. The Republicans are like, shit, there's 53 of us. There's 47 of them. Are the odds ever in our favor? And today it's the senator from Illinois. You are going to get killed and processed into chorizo, and you're going to feed the hungry. Have a good day. Yeah, if our government was Squid Game, might actually get shit done. Might actually make some progress. So, with that said, I knew that person was going to be a fucking problem child from their name. They're usually good for a few minutes, but yeah, Nancy Pelosi would shank a bitch. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. You know that bitch would pick up a bottle and break it. She'd be stabbing people in the jugular. Fucking more free healthcare, more free. Yeah. You know, can I just say, I would just like to say, in the Scorpion King, remember the movie The Scorpion King? And they said by the law of the horde, the strongest among them ruled. Like, I'm not joking. I'm at the point right now where if aliens showed up, I would look at the aliens and I'd be like, where the fuck have you been? I have been waiting. Like, fucking thank God. Where were you? We are hungry. Hold up, man. We gotta fucking... What is it? Donald Trump is 6'3" and 175 pounds? My ass. I'm gonna find that claim real quick. It's 6'3". Donald Trump was set. Oh yeah, here we go. Here it is. Right now, I'm just gonna say this. Donald Trump was said to be 6'3" and 215 pounds. Look, guys, 6'3", 215. First of all, 6'3", 215 is scrawny as shit. Okay? 6'3" is scrawny. Is scrawny as fuck. I'm right around 215. Right? A muscular build should be 230. Donald Trump is easily pushing 270. And there's nothing wrong with that. We're not body shaming him. 6'3" is what he claimed. And what was funny about it is Trump said he's 6'3". Well, he's 6'3". We know William is 6'3". So, you can't believe anything this government says. Trying to see if he was his driver. Okay, he's self-3, but even his own driver's license in New York labels him as 6'2". So how can you believe anything in this country? Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta cook some food. It's Halloween, so I want to try to take a quick walk before the trick-or-treating starts, and then I gotta put my headphones on and you know, avoid all the children ringing my fucking doorbell. I think my wife will probably sit on the porch again. Yeah, why would you lie about it? It's like, I say I'm 5'11". I'm not ashamed to not be 6 foot. I mean, the military said I was 6 foot, and I'm not 6 foot. There are some days I start as 6 foot, but very rapidly my spine compresses. There's days I've been measured at 6 foot, you know, and that's cool. But I'm not 6 foot. I don't rock that 6 foot energy. I'm not ashamed to be 5'11". I'm not ashamed to be 5'11". It's cool. It's okay. Yeah, I hate being as tall as I am for the purpose of hanging out with your 6 foot tall wife who has to stare up at you when she wants kisses. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow for video games.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You